Corvarna just boosted Mass Effect.
Am I on a cracker? Huh?
My life for hire.
By your actions, I know your heart. The penalty for failure is death.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
I haven't slept in 2 years.
Alright, alright, hold your horses, I'm here. Hello, hello Wars, Marto, Parrot, GG, Legion, and any lurkers. I think I found the problem. It was, as Parrot said, it was using a deprecated handle for the local server. Which I should have really checked, and I thought I checked, but apparently I didn't check those ones. So I now fixed them. We probably won't have the problem anymore, hopefully. But we might have a problem somewhere else. So welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you all. This is our first regular Saturday stream. I don't know what to expect from it, but we'll see. I'm feeling good about it, and we will go back to Disco Elysium, possibly finish it. It is possible, according to Parrot, that we finish the game today, even though it doesn't feel anywhere like that to me. I was sure I checked that before. Yes, the first time ever. Yes, exactly. 6-1 problem, the other 335 can wait. Well, they should wait their turns, you know. Such is life. You don't get the treatment you want or need immediately. That's not how life works. So yeah, Disco Elysium. We might be able to finish it today according to Parrots. I don't know. It feels to me that the game will last forever. With sometimes how incompetent we seem, it feels like we will never manage to close the case, but you know, there is a limit to the story, obviously, even though how deep it is. It's maybe not that long. I say that, but you know, if you look at this... Oh, by the way, before I forget, let's get the Mass Effect boost from Marto. Thank you for the boost, Marto. So, I was looking at the game lengths, and right now, Disco Elysium is almost past KOTOR, which is in the 10th place. So, it is going to go in the top 10 for sure. But if we play the game all stream today, it's going to be possibly past Torment or just below Torment. So it makes sense that these two games are of similar length, right? Because Disco Elysium is in so many ways a spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. They probably aimed for a similar length also. But we will see. It makes sense if the game lasts just under or just over 50 hours. Around 50 hours for sure. So if we don't finish it today, chances are we are going to finish it tomorrow. So we are nearing the end one way or another. And the poll is going to be concluded either at the end of stream today and or tomorrow. And the next game will be chosen again. Right now, Arena is winning by 1 vote. 1 vote can change it if the vote goes to Temple of Elemental Evil. If it matches Arena, then it will start winning. Or, you know, Kingdom Come may receive 2 votes and win. Who knows? Who knows? Anything can happen. Anything can happen. You have at least this stream to vote, but probably not much longer. If we approach the end of the game today, towards the end of towards the usual end time, which is 6 hours from now. If we are near the end, like if there's an hour or maybe even an hour and a half remaining, I might go longer. 30% today, 60% tomorrow, 10% next week. Oh, okay, so you are saying there may be more than 12 hours of content. But yeah, if we are very near the end, I will go late today. And I will go late today and finish it. And maybe start Arena tomorrow. We will see. We will see by the end of the stream. Everything takes very long in this game. Weird that KOTOR 2 is not winning. Some people don't know games. I don't know. Did Legion vote? Legion, did you vote? I don't see your vote. I think you would vote on...
New critical hits boost. Legion
you
Grey
would vote
just
on
boosted
KOTOR.
the new indie game that is
Hey, Mass
impossible to
Effect.
keep in stock at your local circuit city and nominated for 6 million awards.
Wow.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect. So someone voted on Temple. Is it you, Marto? I think it's you. And right now Temple is winning. What what we voting on? Oh, have you seen the polls channel in my Discord, Legion? There is a poll going on for the game that I'm going to play after Disco Elysium. And right now, Temple of Elemental Evil is winning. You don't like Arena? Yeah, I don't expect to like it myself. Honestly. In all honesty, I don't expect to really enjoy it. I think I'll have a good time, but maybe not really enjoy it. It's just, you know, a trial. It's a trial that I have to pass before moving on to the better ones. It's not worth playing from where you're standing, but that's just your opinion. Yeah, I think it's worth playing, maybe if not for the game's sake, then for the sake of the series. Sure you have. Well, head over there, check the Pulse channel, and yeah, I think you would vote on KOTOR 2, but KOTOR 2 pretty much has no chance of winning. Feel free to vote on anything, you know? Hey Vincino, welcome. How are you, Vincino? It's good to see you. Temple was the only game back in the day that was still unplayable after exhausting offers. Exactly. Keldorn. Nice discovery. Doing alright, that's good to hear. That is good to hear.
New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Dungeon Siege. New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Nox. New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Darkstone.
Darkstone and Noxstone. We were going to vote for KOTOR 2, but it didn't make sense because only had two. Marto, you can vote on multiple games. You feel free to vote on multiple games, feel free to change your vote, feel free to retract your votes. Anything goes, you know, anything goes. So if you feel like KOTOR 2 has no chance, vote on it, still vote on it, because maybe 5 people like you feel the same and they are not voting. So yeah, vote on all the games you want. And I think I will head straight into the game. Stop the timer. All you remember is that you started Temple back in the day and gave up without making much progress. I started and couldn't play, that's what I remember. I don't think I have gone too much past the first screen. I don't remember the game at all. I just remember not being able to play it. Am I familiar with the Turkish insult along the lines, you're a child of pudding? I think I do. I can't put my finger on it. Oh yeah. It means you're a wimp, you're a coward. You cannot dare do anything. You don't have any power, something like that. It's an old-fashioned saying. I haven't. Yes, exactly. I haven't heard it for years and years. No one ever uses it anymore. You'd rather watch me play the remake of KOTOR 2. Georgian's unplayable without the mods. You don't even know if I will install any. We have talked about it, Marto. I distinctly remember when I was playing KOTOR 1, you had told me to install the restoration mods, and I have seen a little bit of Legion Grey playing it lately on his stream. I didn't watch, honestly, because I was trying to avoid spoilers, but I did talk to him a little bit, and he also strongly recommends the restoration project. I will definitely going to install the restoration project, Marto, so no worries about it. What is the remake of KOTOR 2 though? Is there an actual remake of KOTOR 2? Hey Melandil, how are you? Welcome. Good to see you. We were talking about the polls, Melandil. I don't remember if you voted or not. Oh, you have voted on Temple. So Temple is winning once again. Temple is winning once again, and Arena is losing once again. Hey XCOM, great to see you as well. Welcome. I was saying today might be the last day to cast your vote because it is entirely possible for us to finish the game today. Not likely, but possible. So if we finish the game today, the poll will also be concluded today. So if you haven't voted, vote. Steam is just a workshop sub, one click to get restoration. Yeah, exactly. You might have translated differently. The original expression doesn't really mean that you are the offspring of pudding, rather that you're a helpless child and all you can do is eat pudding. Yeah, something like that, Parrot, exactly. It's not like child of a pudding, it's more like pudding child. Where did you hear it, Vincino? That's weird to hear about it. What was the topic on the radio that led to that insult? So where we left off yesterday, we were almost done with everything on this part of the map, except the moralist quests and the main quest of chasing after Ruby. We had done everything else. A cruise ship passes by a remote island, and all the passengers see a bearded man running around and waving his arms wildly. Captain, one of the passengers asks, "Who is that man over there?" "I have no idea," the captain says, "but he goes nuts every year when we pass." What? Poor guy, poor Robinson. How are you, Blackboard? It's good to see you. Welcome. On a comedy radio show, the topic was insults from around the world. You had to guess which was real, and that was one. Well, I think the translation was misleading if they said child of a pudding. As Parrot says, that's not what it means. I mean, you can literally translate it to that, but that would be the wrong translation because of the syntax of Turkish language. It's still funny because it's not really used anymore, as I said. It's like an insult from maybe 30 years ago. It was used as an insult to upper class and the wealthy. I guess so, yes. That I can see that happening. I can see that happening, yeah. But not necessarily. It may be used as a bullying thing also, as a bullying insult. So yeah, we are here. First we are going to chase after the moral intern quests, the task, taking on la responsabilité. And then we are going to... You know, I've been thinking wasting time until 22 and getting the gun possibly, if that works, and then going after Rose. That's what I'm thinking. What? Why do I keep Rose? Why do I keep saying Rosie? It's Ruby. I'm sorry. I've been talking about Ruby. There is no such person as Rosie. You gotta ask some friends about it. Sure, Marta. Don't trust my word. Go ask your friends, okay? Don't trust what I say. Trust your friends. Alright, let's start.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
I found a radio transceiver. I'm not even real, exactly. I'm the
New critical
I'm the
hit
human
boost.
VTuber
Amalanduel just
of
boosted
Mitralbot.
Yeast
Yeast
Finder.
Finder. Bread maker. Okay. Let's do the Yeast Finder breath maker. It's the story of Parrot. Thanks for the boost, Amalanduel. I found a radio transceiver.
So your
Your mask
cop
and
ways
your
came
hood.
through again. Impressive. Let's see what you got.
I found this in an office by the harbor. Use the perfectly adequate transceiver. Perfectly adequate transceiver. Wait, that makes me think maybe there is an even better transceiver. If this is perfectly adequate, maybe there is a transceiver that's more than adequate. Maybe if... Okay, I'm going to reload. I want to test something. This makes me think. Radio computers were mentioned. Maybe I can take apart one of them and find the transceiver that is more than perfectly adequate. Because otherwise, why would the item be named like that, right? Let's see if there's anything to that theory. By the way, after the bit rates instability of yesterday, after the frame drops, I had lowered my bitrate to more than half, or rather less than half of what it usually is. So from 6K to 2.5K, I think it is. Let me check actually. Yeah, it is at 2500 right now, and that might mean that there's a lower quality. If you
New critical hits
if you
boost.
experience lower
Amalanduel
quality,
just boosted. Can you smell what the Grim Rock is cooking?
if you experience lower quality in the stream or the camera or whatever, let me know and I can try, you know, raising that. But I'm not sure how good my bitrate is today either. So if there is no problem, if there is no difference, then
New
I will keep
critical
it low.
hits boost. Amalanduel
Okay, needs more
just boosted
potassium.
Shining Force.
No joke for Shining Force? Okay, Melandil says Shining Force is serious business. I'm not making a joke about it. I can joke about it every other game, but not Shining Force, because that is the one I nominated. There is no joking around games that I myself nominated, says Melandil. Thank you, Melandil. Yeah, well, Twitch Max is... Where am I going? Twitch Max is 6K anyway, so there's no reason to expect or hope for more. However, I know you also stream on YouTube, so it makes perfect sense for you to have higher bitrate. And my connection would not allow, even in the best of times, anything better than 6K. Twitch Max is 8K if you unlock. I don't think there is a way to unlock 8K.
And the rivers run red!
If there is, please let me know. If you know the way, if you could explain it to me over Discord, you know, maybe send a DM. I would really appreciate it, Legion, but I never heard of such a thing. Okay, there was this computer. Sure, Legion, okay.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering.
Okay, we cannot take this apart. So where were some other radio computers though? I was hoping I could take apart this one. Over at
I must
K3,
speak with you.
You must speak with me. Why don't you try switching now? Can let you know if there are issues. Switching to what? Higher bitrate, Parrot? Because I'm already at 2.5.
Tiles on the cube are still
Inside the
empty.
compartment.
The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Okay, since we are here,
Like
let's
a
try this
smooth
at
draw,
least.
the speaker comes to life.
Okay,
Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver.
let's switch to
An old
6K.
lady greets you.
But I wanted
Her
to keep
voice
it low.
Sounds 100
Parrot,
years old.
what I want to learn is if there is a, you know, if the quality is low when I have low bitrate. That's what I want to learn. I don't want to switch to the higher bitrate right now.
Good afternoon.
This is a
Please repeat. Is this good?
Okay, let's try
Please
this.
repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good.
Oh,
I've unlocked the production schedule. After
It
ending
works.
the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
definitely. It would definitely depend on the game. What I'm curious about is mostly the camera and the game of this pace, because this is the pace I usually play games at.
Fortress accident. Is there? Thank you.
tiles
the
on
pass-
the cube
password.
with a quiet determination.
I should have tried this
The
earlier.
printer starts printing. A piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan.
Read the
A black
printout.
crisscross of letters covers its surface. It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about the capital. I want to know about money.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident, SCA, managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then
Hey
came
ABP, it's
the
great to see you.
delays.
Welcome, and how are you today at Trivia Pong?
Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished.
Gosh, where did they get all this money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Read about the workforce, who worked there, how long?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Wait, why did a radio game need so many artists?
It didn't.
It didn't need so many concept artists.
No, definitely not. A few more producers could
I'm
have
doing
come
very
in
well,
handy,
thank you.
though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skipped work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules.
Doing very well indeed.
One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Skim through the production schedule, whatever it is.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Because of the concept artists?
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. With their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches, it was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million Riyal game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
I could have bridged the gap. No, you couldn't. Also, they were done in by their own ambition.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map.
Oh.
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
This is some insane shit. Who are these people?
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that?
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Sure. Yeah, how bad could it be? An hour? Oof. Wow. Wow, it's going on. Keep going.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
Crash the game, almost. Wow, what have I done? Keep going. We don't give up now. We don't give up now. Just let the numbers wash over you. Math. Okay, so...
And that's it.
So that's what did them in.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
What now?
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness. Before
it's amazing that there's a page of zeros at the end.
The plug. What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air?
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that The offsite copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the offsite copy and, well, keep it
That's Suna.
offsite. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The offsite copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Seems like a perfectly reasonable explanation.
That's not
It was
what my
sabotage.
colleagues thought.
It was the universe sabotaging them. It's karma.
She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge.
Is there anything else from this lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Read the notes at the end.
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location.
Legion, I saw that you sent me a message. I'm going to check it after stream. Thank you so much for letting me know about it and taking the time to explain it to me.
I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147.
Hey, Sangnif.
I'm going there to look this thing in the
How are
eye.
you today, Sangnif? It's great to see you.
Saint-Brun 1147. That's what the street sign next to the church said.
Okay. Since the computation happened on air, I reckon it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map. Okay. So Suna, okay, I don't understand those. Suna, we had already met Suna. I mean, we can unlock this only after meeting Suna. So why do we have to hear about Suna's location? I guess this is more background information about why Suna is there. Tear to print out and throw it away.
Tiles on the cube are still...
Sangnif, I got the sandwich and I ate it. I even shared it with Kim. I even persuaded Kim to eat half of it. You're exhausted. You had like a 20-hour migraine until around noon today. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Migraines can be killers. I pretty much had a very bad headache all day yesterday as well. Although I'm lucky that I don't get migraines at least. So I don't really know how bad you have them, but even regular headaches can be pretty bad, so I can only imagine. You like the flashlight follows the mouse? Yes, exactly, it's great. So I was wrong that we could take apart a radio computer unless we can take apart another radio computer that I'm not thinking of. That being said, we did another thing, so it wasn't a total
A
waste
few
of time.
bricks of...
Where might we find another radio computer? I cannot think of anywhere. Improper migraine, like cat's issue, can't handle the sound or light, had to go puke at one point. Oh, I'm so sorry, yeah, those are the worst. I hope you are feeling better now, at least. There was a radio computer at Vic's shack in Climate. That's kind of far. It's, you know, in another universe. And the traffic is not moving here. It would probably take us a long time to go to Klamath right now, so I think I will pass. However, I do want to check Ruby's lorry.
A lorry
We're just tired now.
abandoned by its owner.
What's with your
stuck in
O's?
the
Why are they
interminable
zeros
traffic
now?
jam. The smell of... There's something odd about the passenger seat.
Remove the radio
The
transceiver.
seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox... It takes a few moments, but eventually the transceiver slides from its greased socket
The
mount
switch in the key
with
broke,
an
okay.
eminently satisfying ching. Nearly the...
Funny, isn't it?
Oops, sorry. Nearly the same sound produced by the action on a good breech loader, you can't fail to notice. Funny, isn't it? I half expected you to say that, Sangnif, and the other half was that you were, you know, adopting a new style in typing. You ordered the world's ugliest keyboard, but you guess it won't be here to Monday. Okay. At least, you know, it's the ugliest. That's pretty special. It's worth waiting. Watch out for geckos. Yeah, that sounds like an old breech loader.
Oh, I didn't mean that. It's just ironic that you are using the lady driver's radio to contact the very authorities you are so keen to evade.
Where the radio used to be, there's just a rectangular shadow now.
Examine the transceiver.
It's about the size of a small box of pasta, but much heavier. Now that you're looking at it more closely, you realize the various
You're not the
dials
G
and
enough to
meters
use lead
make
speak
it
on
look
purpose.
vaguely like
Oh,
a face.
so
A distinctive
lead
triangular
speak
logo
is something entirely
forms
different.
The nose.
Just zeros won't cut it, Sangnif. You would just be a wannabe. It's not easy to be a real lead speaker. You have to, you know, stop using letters entirely. It has to be all numbers.
That's the mark of Estaz Electronica, one of the major manufacturers of advanced radio equipment.
Put the transceiver away.
The movie stars are still smart to
Close the
close
door.
the rusty old lorry door.
So it wasn't a radio computer, but we could take apart Ruby's own transceiver, highly advanced transceiver, versus perfect dedicated transceiver. Well, I'm happy with this. At least the clue led somewhere. I was able to find a better one. Now I can go back to the church. Hey, Draven. Welcome, and it's great to see you. I'm very well, thank you. I'm doing well. How about you, Draven? You're so happy to have migraines once every 1-2 years. You want to fucking die? Ah, don't say that. Yeah. Once every year, even that can be too much. While you are going through it. Do you take magnesium? It's not a Disco Elysium joke. I'm serious about it. I know that people with bad migraines usually take a magnesium pill just as they feel it's coming on. Yeah, I have a friend like that who takes magnesium. The doctor apparently says just don't take more than 10 of these pills per month and you'll be fine. So he tries to, you know, not take it as much as he can. But when he feels a bad one is coming on, he just, you know, takes the pill and he says it stops it entirely. Hard to take too much magnesium. I mean, if it's the only solution.
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
I found a radio transceiver.
So your cop ways came through again. Impressive. Let's see what you got.
Someone was using this to coordinate the drug smuggling operation. Use the highly advanced transceiver.
Thought I felt a special sign coming off this one.
Hey, next.
I'll just have egg pop in a
You're a long-time
frequency
migraine
dialer.
sufferer, magnesium
We
pill
should be
taker.
set.
I'm sorry to hear that, Nix. How is that working out for you, magnesium pills? Do they help? I never had migraines. I occasionally have bad headaches, but not migraines, so I never actually took magnesium. I don't know from first-hand experience. Also, hope you're doing well today, Nix. Welcome, it's great to see you. What I felt is okay. If you
Rarely has there been
magnesium
a
does
more
help. You don't get them often
activating
anymore.
and
Good
transceiver.
to hear. So yeah,
This
maybe you
is
should
a
take
portent of great
look at it,
success.
Sangnef. See if you can. If it happens once or twice a year, it's perfectly fine to take pills, I guess. We'll post it in the Discord. It's like a piece of transform. If you're talking about my Discord, I'm not sure Atari is a part of it. But of course, feel free to join Atari. They're good. I'm well, thank you. I'm well today. Thanks, Nix. Rarely has there been a more apt pairing of man and transceiver. This is a portent of great success.
Alright, Lawfarer, we're ready to do this. I have to warn you though, once we
We
commit,
take 500
there's
milligrams
no
of magnesium
stopping
a
until
day,
we've seen
every
it
day?
all
Wow.
the way through. No pauses, no second chances. This is our shot. You got it. So any cop prep you got to do, you do it now. We'll wait if we have to.
Wait, didn't you say we need some kind of power supply?
Don't sweat that. Egg found something down near the waterlock. Some maniac abandoned a perfectly good power source.
That maniac is obviously you, which makes the power source your half-sunken Caprice 40.
You mean the motor carriage that I crashed into the bay?
That explains why it was covered in cop colours. Whole thing's totaled, but lucky for us the engine on the back is still perfectly good. All I have to do is run a cable from the engine up the Centaur Man's Memorial. It won't last forever, but it should buy us enough time to get you synced up with the big bad.
Also, the Aggers is in the Discord. Alright. Atari Beer Pong, if you want, feel free to join the Discord. I think Sangnef sent the message on my Discord. Or otherwise, I can lead you to somewhere where Atari Beer Pong is a part of. I'm sure we have some common Discord server. I would have to take a look though. They measure your magnesium levels every 2 months to make sure it's not building up. Okay. So you said you don't need to... Yes, Parrots, I will, thank you. You don't need to take magnesium every day anymore? Did I correctly understand that? Does it mean it is also working as a treatment? Like, it gets better over time? What kind of cup prep do I need to do?
How should I know? It's up to everyone to know their own needs. Whatever keeps your body and soul in top working condition.
Oh yeah, you definitely should, Sangnef. Just don't start taking them by yourself. You definitely need to talk to a doctor about that.
At the very least, you should make sure you're wearing a good pair of gloves.
Interfacing gloves, sure, I have a +2.
Personally, I'm gonna make sure I've got a steady supply of prep tired, Andy.
Yeah, I should get some things in order first.
Do what you have to do. We're not going anywhere.
Hardcore church! Nowhere else to go!
Hardcore!
Like Egg said.
Okay, let's make our heart save. For 2 reasons. Apparently this place, this part of the task can be buggy. And then we have only 1 chance. I might want to retry. You take a deal to make sure you don't get migraines. It prevents you from getting them. You can't remember the last time you had one. Oh, okay, I misunderstood. You can't remember the last time you had a migraine. Not the last time you took magnesium. I misunderstood when you said it first time.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
That's great to hear, Nix.
Rest of the crew has got to stay here. Can't afford to let the beat drop right as we're getting off the ground.
You've been suffering from them since age 8, mainly due to food allergies. Yeah, I remember. You were mentioning them on your stream, I remember. Yeah, it's really brutal. And I remember you saying at that early age you didn't actually know how to express what you were going through, how to explain it. And people had a difficult time believing you, I guess. Maybe they thought you were making an excuse. That's such a, you know, a terrible thing for a child to go through. You go through an actual physical pain and you can't really express yourself. Even today, that kind of migraine is unbearable for many people. People thought you were crazy trying to describe headaches to them. Yeah. I'm glad you are much better now.
Much love to my hardcore antenna brothers!
Good luck, guys.
Try to squeeze in a promo spot while you're on air. We've got to start putting the word out.
Back across the waterlock. At least we are getting our exercise in today.
You can grab that amplifier, officer. And you start spooling up those cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
Ooh. How much time has passed? Do you see things in funky proportions? We did a good job, look at that! Wow, this is hardcore. All core, alright. You get what can be best explained as an aura when they start up, like spots in front of your eyes and blur vision. You can grab that amplifier, officer, he gestures to the lieutenants. And you start spooling up those cables, maybe we can get it in one go. So it took a little more than an hour,
Just plug that
maybe
in
an
there,
hour.
Would ya?
It's done. I believe we are ready.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be. Grab one of these can sets, both of ya. I've got it rigged so that we can all listen, but only your cop talk will broadcast. No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn this thing on, so be prepared for anything. Trick is to keep transmitting your request until the big bad acknowledges ya. You got that?
Wait, what if they never acknowledge me?
Honestly, that might be for the best. Like I said, the signs coming off this whole project are seriously uncharted. Don't know how much juice we've got, so we better get to it. You ready?
What happens if I say, hold on, I need a minute? Hold on, I need a
No
minute.
time. We're live in 2, 1. That's your cue, lawman.
Coalition Warship Archer. This is RCM Officer Tequila Sunset. Coalition Warship Archer. This is Lieutenant Harrier Dubois of the RCM. Please acknowledge.
You're all alone out there, wandering a
Rainfall.
blasted heath, calling out to the night. But there is no reply, except for the buzzing of invisible machines. The lieutenant looks up at you with a nervous glance. Nervous for who, though? You cannot say.
Give it another go.
Coalition Warship Archer. This is Lieutenant Dubois. Please acknowledge.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this auditory felt. You focus on one strand in particular, one that sounds very nearly human.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Wie kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken?
Hello, Archer. Do you acknowledge?
Marianne, mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Graz zurückgekommen ist. Halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal. Aber sie hat das Gefühl, seit seiner Rückkehr mit einem Fremden zusammenzuleben.
I don't understand German.
You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Noid, I think we are getting some interplanetary crosstalk. Keep listening. Let's keep listening.
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind. Kann doch auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen.
Keep trying. We'll get through these radio spookers eventually.
Coalition Warship Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois. If you are there, Archer, please acknowledge.
Again.
Coalition Warship Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois. Do you acknowledge?
It's cold now.
Kim, don't clog my connection.
I didn't say anything, Detective.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls over the connection.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
Are you going to tell me you didn't say that either?
I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like me.
The lieutenant seems to wince at the sound of his voice. It must be interplanetary crosstalk. It's the only explanation.
So your partner's haunting himself, trying to warn him off his current path, most like.
It's eerie for certain, but also harmless. I just wish I could remember what I was talking about.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
So what can we do about it?
You just have to embrace the spookiness. Now give it another go.
Coalition Warship Archer, do you acknowledge this is Lieutenant Dubois?
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Dubois, please acknowledge.
Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois. Can you hear me?
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind.
Warship Archer, please identify.
The signals are getting increasingly mixed.
Oh no!
Plucking Archer's signal from this will be like isolating a single strand.
We needed
from a tangle
18.
of hair.
Alright, Vincina, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it.
This isn't looking good. The radio spookers are winning.
What can we do?
Don't know. If we can't get around the interference, we're in deep trouble. Hold on. I think Ed gave me some sort of checklist. Says here, main step, volume to the max. That's not too helpful.
That's hardcore though.
Okay. It also says
This is
inspect
hardcore.
Connections for hardcore clarity. So let's try that.
How am I supposed to inspect the connections?
My guess, you climb up the centaur, man. See if there's anything obviously interfering with them. Maybe you've got some technical law science.
This isn't exactly your area of expertise, though.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar, but you'll be damned if you know what you're supposed to do about
Another
it.
fail.
Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind. This is dangerous.
No, we are fine. We can do it. I don't know. Let's do this. But I don't know what I'm doing.
It's gotta be you. I'm manning the decks down here.
Okay, let's do this. Climb the monument. I've got good motorics base at least. Even though I didn't really put too many points in them. I probably should have switched around some of my equipment. Maybe get some savoir-faire. I don't think I could have gotten more interfacing though.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument.
Okay. At least we did it. Whoa, 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 whoa. That doesn't look safe.
That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
Examine the connections. That was pretty bad. I hope nobody's... No, we are not saying this. Examine the connections.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter, it cannot slip. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one has cleaned it in years.
Well, what's it look like?
The whole statue's covered in weird oils. I don't think it's good for the connections.
That's not good. We should have cleaned the centaur man first. Pretty rude that we didn't. Hang on. I'm looking at Egg's checklist. He says, if all fails, bend antenna. Narrow is the hardcore way. That make any sense to you?
What are we supposed to use to bend the antenna?
It says here, muscle style.
It's not my style though. What am I supposed to do? What good is that supposed to do?
Good question. Maybe he's saying we're casting too wide a net. Gotta narrow our receiving band so we pick up the big bad without the spookers.
Exactly.
Since you're already up there, I say you should do it.
The speed freak is right.
Okay.
The responsibility is yours and yours alone. There's no turning back now.
We are not looking at anything. No, we are looking. Look at the horse.
This faithful steed is in nearly as poor a condition as its rider.
Look at Philip III.
You are face to face with Philip III. The Bronze King looks toward the west. Something about his features seems bizarrely distorted. Not intentionally. It's a matter of perspective.
You're not looking
was
up,
never meant to be
up or
seen
down.
from such an angle as you've attained.
Attempt to narrow the receiving mode manually. Yes. Is that safe, man? It's hardcore, but is it safe?
Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The
It's hilarious
swelling
when
in
you
your
failed.
headset guides your hands as much as your hands
You never
guide
succeeded
the
this check.
bronze horse head. It's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
Looks like it's working. Keep going. Just a bit more.
Nein, Liebling.
The signal is clear. The storm has passed. This is another voice, a live voice on the other end of this invisible bridge you've established.
Try it now.
Coalition Warship Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois of the RCM. Please acknowledge.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Coalition Warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting it.
There it is. The big bad. Now be quick. I'll keep us
Or be
alive
dead.
as long as I can.
There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have bought you
Success.
some time, but you can't forget what you're really here for.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request?
Who am I speaking with?
You are currently speaking with Coalition Warship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachol.
Sure, but who are you? I need to know your name.
Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we hold the position of second signaler aboard the Archer.
You really don't have the faintest guess what her name could be. You were never very good at this sort of thing. There's something in the way she refers to herself, always
Second signaler.
with the first person plural. A deliberate blurring of the boundary between herself and the institution she represents.
Just one thing, why do you keep referring to yourself with the plural? I really shouldn't make small talk.
Because it's
Ask
standard
her.
practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the course of our duties. It's meant to serve as a reminder that we don't speak only for ourselves. For instance, as second signaler, we represent Coalition Warship Archer, which in turn represents Insurcom and the Coalition more generally, which in turn represents the Moralist International, which itself represents the interests of 1.2 billion people across the world.
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
So when I'm talking to you, it's like I'm talking to all of humanity.
No, of course not. There are many nations outside the Moral Inter's umbrella, in Seoul, Samara, and elsewhere. At most, you might say the Moral Inter represents between a quarter and a third of humanity.
A truth conveyed matter-of-factly, without pride or self-consciousness.
Perhaps you could say that we represent the interests and hopes of a great many people. But you could say, just as easily, that we are the assistant to the secretary of a factotum. No more remarkable than the lowest cashier of a common fleet. It all depends on your perspective.
She's happy to chat with me though. You know, maybe I don't need to rush to the main question. Who is the secretary?
The chief signaler, our superior. They are ultimately responsible for all communications aboard the Ather. But now, we've wandered quite far afield.
Yes.
What was your request?
I'm not going to ask these. I really want to ask this. But I'm worried if I take too long, it may be wasted. Like if she hangs up, we are done. Listen, I really need to reach the Committee of Responsibility.
Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form and submit it to the Liaison for Public Affairs. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
Won't let the past go. Superstar's ego, come on. At least we are clean and sober. We have shaved, we have not drunk. Please, please, let's do this.
This isn't
yes.
about you.
Empathy is my weak point. I'm so happy I managed that.
Point, but you've let go of that perspective. This is about your responsibility to all of Revachon. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't have to bear the burden alone.
Listen to me, the situation in Martinez is a powder keg. If the coalition doesn't intervene, many people will die.
What? How do you know this?
I've uncovered things in the course of my investigation that led me to believe we are headed to a violent confrontation between the Union and the Wild Pines.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is a very serious claim. Please describe the situation as succinctly as possible. We will forward your summary to the committee.
There's papers rustling in the background. She's clearing her desk, preparing to take notes. There, you've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you can show the coalition how much they're needed, they'll have no choice.
No. Is it going to be a suggestion check?
You have the facts. Just lay them out beneath the cold light of reason.
The Wild Pines has recently lost control of a paramilitary death squad called Krenel.
Please continue. We're listening.
I've also uncovered evidence the Union may also be orchestrating a takeover of a local fishing village.
We have it. Is there anything else the committee should know?
You hear the sound of her pants scratching against paper.
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
Okay, do we want to say this? Do I want to say this? What will the moral intern do about it? Is it going to quarantine the whole area? Let's say that. Yes, I've also discovered an anthroponetic phenomenon here in Martinez.
We're afraid we must ask you to repeat that, Lieutenant Dubois.
Afraid? What is she afraid of? Her tone has shifted. She's no longer herself. She's reading from a script. Your words have activated some sort of procedure.
Wait, what's going on?
Never mind that. All you need to do is repeat what you just said.
Do as she says. There's no other option.
Oh, I said I've discovered an anthroponetic phenomenon here in Martinez.
Acknowledge. Listen very carefully, Lieutenant. We're going to ask you a series of questions. It is imperative
maybe I
that
shouldn't
you
have
answer
done
as
that.
directly and truthfully as you can. Do you understand? Good. First question. Are you currently in the vicinity of Suragli, the North Arcade Islands, or near Pale Offshore Platform Insul Indico?
No, I'm in Martinez.
Very good. Next question. would you describe the phenomenon as internal to the Isola or external to the Isola?
What she means is, actually, you have no idea what those words could mean in this context.
We have failed the conceptualization check. That is supposed to be our strong suit. I'm going to regret doing this. Yeah. I mean, if we had 7 intellect and full conceptualization at 14, then it would be possible, but that's so high. Putting 9 points in that. I mean, we can't have 7 intellect. We can at most start with, what, 5? Maybe 6. Internal, it is internal. In my understanding, it's internal. But I feel they may take drastic measures if I say internal. Maybe I should say external. Let's say external. I don't know what it means, so external.
Next question. At the time, did you experience sense objects?
Can you elaborate?
Yes. Examples may include sound, memory, light.
I experienced nothing, a complete lack of phenomena. Yeah, I'm afraid of that, Sangnif.
Let's go on.
I experienced nothing, a complete lack of phenomena.
Final question. Were you alone?
Of course not. The radio programmer was there. There's no need to overthink this.
We repeat. Were you alone?
No.
You hear the sound of a page ripping.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please stand by while we transmit our summary.
I'm scared.
A long winter.
Signals are starting to misalign. Not sure how much longer I can hold them together.
You have to know it just a little longer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. Please acknowledge.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for standing by. We are authorized to report the Committee of Responsibility for Rebasho has acknowledged and accepted your request. They would like you to address your matter to the committee directly, as their earliest convenience.
When is that?
Subito. Collision Shuttle Laurel is setting a course for your position.
What?
They will arrive momentarily. Stand by.
To the southwest, several stars begin to move in unison. The minor constellation of Coalition Shuttle Laurel begins executing a graceful turn, drawn by an invisible wire.
We have called the coalition down here.
No way! Big Ben's coming here!
The lieutenant adjusts his microphone and slowly looks up toward you.
Well, what now?
What do you mean?
You've accomplished your side task. You've contacted Coalition Warship Archer. I suppose what I'm asking is whether we are about to lose you to the moral intern.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared. I'm tired of feeling like I don't have any normal, reasonable options. Tim, have you ever considered that maybe our case isn't that important? Let's say this.
I don't. What are you saying, detective?
That if we want to make a real difference in the world, we have to look at the real problems. Is this the... What is this? Is this the moral intern ending or something? Are we getting to an ending? If the game ends after this, I'm going to reload and not do this. I really want to solve the main thing. But maybe no one really cares about the hanged man.
The lieutenant takes a moment to compose his thoughts.
I don't know where this case will lead us, detective. But in a sense, that doesn't matter. Our job is to follow the evidence where it leads. Consequences be damned. Because that's what it means to be an officer of the RCM.
This is an alternate ending. Oh, I can't believe it. So I won't be accepting this as an actual ending. I'm going to reload and not do this or do this some other way.
The lieutenant's final words are nearly swallowed.
It's not going to be the end of my playthrough.
Aerostatic's main rotors.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. We have been instructed to inform you that the Laurel arrived at your position. Please acknowledge.
No shit. How are they supposed to hear your acknowledgement over the thundering of their own rotors?
Acknowledged, Archer. This is Lieutenant Dubois.
Thank you. The Committee of Responsibility for Rebel has authorized us to offer you an immediate extraction. Do you accept?
Hold on, I have a few questions first.
We are far past that point, Lieutenant. There is only one question now. Are you ready, or are you not?
Look around one last time.
The roundabout, Martinez North, nighttime. Somehow, the streetlights only make the scene more lonely. You can hear someone retching in a nearby courtyard. The speed freak eyes you with a curious blend of awe and contempt.
Why?
He's torn. There's nothing more softcore than the Coalition, according to his worldview. And yet, having summoned an aerostatic with your voice is one of the most hardcore feats imaginable. The lieutenant looks up toward you. He starts to open his mouth, then appears to think better of it. There is something, a whisper, circulating among the city's footnoted alleyways and along its electrical wires. But what it's saying, you can't tell.
Wow.
It seems to be a message meant for someone else.
I accept, Archer. Get me out of here.
Acknowledge. Laurel has initiated the extraction procedure. Stand by.
Marianne hat mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr
Wow.
derselbe ist, seit auf einem
We got the moral insert ending.
Weeks later, no answers about extracted cop. The condition and whereabouts of an RCM officer extracted by a Coalition aerostatic 2 weeks ago remain unknown. The dramatic maneuver witnessed by dozens near the North Roundabout
it's worked.
has reportedly increased
So they fixed it.
tensions between the citizens of Martinez, the RCM, and Coalition authorities. Early reports that the lieutenant was investigating entropinetic phenomena along the coast have not been confirmed.
Not been
According to an
confirmed.
official statement given by the RCM, the lieutenant was in Martinez as part of a murder investigation. A Coalition representative declined repeated requests for comment.
We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow
Hey, Yuna.
should be no different.
It's great to see you. How are you, Yuna? So yeah, we saw a very interesting ending, but I don't want the game to end there. The thing is, how much do I want to do? How much of it do I want to do?
Yo, man. West of the...
Much love to my hardcore and
Maybe do all of it
Good
and
luck,
back
guys.
out at the end. Can we do that?
Try to
Or maybe
spot
not
You
mention...
can grab that amplifier, officer.
Maybe we don't mention
and you
the
start spooling up those
pail.
cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
Hello? Can we skip this? Sure, Parrot. If anyone has any comments about this, any feelings, thoughts about how much of this I should do and where I should stop so the game doesn't end, feel free to share. Maybe I shouldn't do it at all. We have already seen the ending, it doesn't reward any experience. Yuna, have you played this game? I don't remember if I asked you.
Just play.
It's done.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be.
If you never mentioned an anomaly, you won't trigger any. Yes, I think
No
that's
idea
exactly
what
what I
we're gonna
thought.
do when I turn
Barrett.
this thing on. So be honest, don't know how much juice we're good. That's your cue, little man.
Let's try this again.
You're all the lieutenant nervous.
Give it
Let's do it
another-
that way.
Perhaps you can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Keep trying
You try to drop this quickly. Ah.
again.
Why? Do not play this. It's on your ever-growing backlog of games to play. I think you both should play this.
It's cold now.
If you're not put off by the extreme amounts of dialogue, I can see how that might not be enjoyable for some people.
I did.
And
It's been a long winter.
So you're
It.
Natürlich halten ihn die...
You just...
But some
the sick
This is... Don't... Says here, don't... My...
Some images of your body smashed again.
Well, hopefully we don't fail the checks. You need to play this to definitely slow burn to do all the dialogue. Yeah, exactly. But it is also up to you to how much of this you want to explore and how fast, how fast you want to move through the story. There is a lot of side stuff, but none of it is mandatory. In fact, there's very, very little mandatory stuff to do in the game, I believe, to actually finish it. Obviously, doing the non-mandatory stuff helps you level up and do the other stuff more easily.
Your gloves, if you don't exactly cut a livesome figure, but after several moments
too difficult to translate. I see.
You managed to hoist yourself atop the monument.
I can see that. It's a great story, though.
That performance was frankly, the connection itself
Speedrun is 33.
Well, what's it look like? Let's not... Hang on. I'm looking at... It says here...
The speed freak is right. The responsibility is yours and yours alone. There's no turning back now.
I'm so happy that we discovered an alternate ending, though. I guess this is the second alternate ending we discovered. We also got killed by the
controlled. The swelling
Harry,
in your headset.
What was their name? The boys.
As much as your hands guide
Hardy
the
boys.
bronze horse head.
That was the first
almost
ending we
like
discovered.
You're hearing.
Try
it. Please be advised that you are currently speaking with Coalition Worship Archer.
There's something in the way she refers.
Because, for instance,
meaning, she's the voice of a true.
Perhaps it all depends on your perspective. But now we've wondered.
Okay, let's try this. What does the visual look like from up there?
That's difficult to say.
Hey, boys.
We have a very particular view from our observation platform up here.
It's cool how we call failure alternate. It's not a failure, Marta. Why would it be a failure? Oh, you mean being killed? Well, yes. I guess that's a failure. Particular how?
Perhaps the best way to describe it is to say we have a very wide perspective, but not an especially detailed one.
What can you see?
Well, it's rather dark now, but from our portal we can just make out the rolling hillsides. We can see the lanterns lining the walkways through a public park. There are a few people on horses by a small pond. The homes and gardens are quite beautiful. Very near, like those in certain areas of Messina.
Where are you exactly?
We cannot say for certain. East it must be. We have only recently been deeded to the Archer, so we are still learning the names of all the many districts.
She needs to see you down here. That's the only way she'll really get what you're about.
Can you see Martinez from where you are?
Martinez. That is to the west, yes?
Yes, look across the river Esperanza.
Stand by a moment. We are adjusting our viewfinder. Yes, we are looking at the river now. There are small islands in the middle of it. It's very nice, actually. Interesting. The west of the city looks very different from the east. There's a large motorway dividing it nearly in half. This must be the 881, no?
Maybe follow the motorway as far as it goes.
It appears to go on for quite a while. There's a heavily industrialized district that seems to abut Montmartin. But now we seem to be quite turned about. We'll have to consult a map in the future. Now, was there something else?
Liebling, bitte.
Signal's weakening. I guess you've got about 2 questions left.
Come again?
No.
You're picking up more interference.
We are not going to ask these. Let's go.
Acknowledge. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the... If the liaison accepts your request...
Come on, let's get it, please.
What part of...
Oh no, we failed.
Doesn't she understand? Time to lay it all out.
Let's see what will happen. You aren't listening. I've got an urgent personal matter to discuss with the committee.
We will hear your request, Lieutenant Dubois. Although we must inform you that the committee does not typically intervene in personal matters.
That's only because they haven't heard about your problems yet.
Oh. We are making it worse. The thing is, I can't remember anything.
So, you're experiencing acute memory loss. We don't see how this is the committee's business.
Good God, here we go.
I'm pretty sure it has to do with something I lost.
We're afraid we don't understand at all. What does this something have to do with your lost memory?
I really prefer to speak with the committee directly.
Unfortunately, we cannot accept your request. We really have no idea what
Maybe this is the way how we don't get the alternate ending.
Committee of responsibility.
Maybe this is the way to do it. You know, it fits too, because we are bad at empathy. We have already seen the ending, there's no reason to see that part again. And just hold out on the pale parts. Maybe we fail the alternate ending by failing the empathy check. It is fitting.
Now, please excuse us while we update the receiving frequency. This connection will be cleared in 4, 3...
Quick, hang up on her first.
What? Are you serious? No, please don't go. Disconnect before she clears the line.
And the line goes quiet. There, you really showed her. Showed her what, though? The lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones. He looks up at you.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now.
We gained experience.
Your real work is done here.
We finished the quest, we leveled up. Just give me a minute.
The sun-warmed bronze tingles beneath your fingertips and between your thighs.
Yeah.
Your legs have grown stiff.
I'm happy
You've
with
been
this.
up here quite a while.
I'm happy feeling that.
You look around. The strikebreakers are still shouting their slogans and waving their hand-painted signs. Beneath you, the lieutenant and the speed freak have begun disconnecting a few cables.
Yeah. It doesn't say how we completed it.
You could stay a while longer if you wanted.
Climb down.
About time. You grab that amp. Forget the cables. Need to leave some evidence of our antenna to inspire future generations.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Sure. Exactly, that's what I say.
Well, cop man, we've repaid the favour. Guess this cements the cop hardcore alliance.
Yeah! We are cops now!
Cop car.
Easy, Egg. We're still hardcore music venue organisers, first and foremost, but maybe this does make us pillars of the local community.
I would never let my hardcore brothers down.
Sure, you have to say that now, but it's alright. I'll put this tech away later. Think there's an extra can set, in case you want to grab a souvenir or something. Don't think anyone will miss it.
Okay.
Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
+2 hand-eye coordination against enemies in FT500 armor. Against enemies in FT500 armor. If there wasn't such an enemy in the game, we wouldn't be getting this bonus. Unless it's a huge red herring, which I wouldn't put it past this game. Yeah, exactly.
Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if
Very
something
good.
in Martinez came and
Very
stored
good.
it all away? for you to slowly open
Not the
one
red
box
herring.
at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep. Keep almost
Was
none
that
of
a
it.
spoiler?
Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the
That's
distant
okay.
sound
I
of a
kind of
radio.
guessed that would happen.
Lose all
I
the
guessed that
actors,
from the start.
The dark shadows. Leave only the
You
still
don't know.
lifes, the
Okay, that's,
blissful
you know,
distant wash of
even
waves.
even jokes
If
of a
everybody
spoiler
knew, you never did.
is serious
She'll
here.
be coming soon.
I guess
That
Parrot
is all.
right now confirmed that it's a spoiler. Even though you were joking, see, that can happen. No worries, Parrot, because I guessed it would be a thing. That's why I learned the thoughts. That's why I internalized fair weather thoughts. It felt like, I mean, the game telegraphed that it was coming, so it's perfectly fine. But yeah, in general, don't make comments like that, even if it's meant as a joke, because, you know, spoilers are kind of a serious business in this channel, even jokes about them. No worries at all, ABP. No worries at all. Just for next time though. So I am happy with these thoughts that we learned. Rhetoric Inland Empire suggestion. So there is one more that I am considering forgetting, that is Kingdom of Conscience. If I forget that... But there is nothing I really want to learn. I am very curious about this one. I don't know what that is. Main character star in Romeo and Juliet. What? Okay. So we have to spend half an hour and then get our gun. Let's examine the viral board game a little bit more.
Large letters on the front.
Open the box.
You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
Look at the die.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs.
Take the die.
You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Look at the figurine.
You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh, interesting. A communard.
What's so interesting about that?
The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set during the revolution.
Good luck finding people who'd want to play as communard.
Take the figurine.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it.
Why the singular is die and the plural is dice? Because English is weird. Yeah. Look at the booklet.
A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tueog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies.
Read about the Welkin. Okay, we can read about
You
this
stuff
later.
it back
Look at the
inside
map.
a reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map.
Okay, look at the booklet.
A quick guide. The options
Read about
are
the
the
Welkin.
Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races: High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
Read about the Duergar.
A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers. The Tweog also come in a few different sub-races: Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and Dark Tweog.
Read about the humans.
They're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
Read about the fairy folk.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies.
Read about the pygmies.
The least popular of the Wirral races, the pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the pygmies.
Close the box.
A colorful box with the title.
Put the box away. Okay, this is weird. Again, we need to spend 3 minutes now.
In your hands, you hold a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work.
Shake the box.
The box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden tokens and feel their weight shifting back and forth. What treasures wait in store for you? Even before you open it, you can tell that this will be a meaty game of grand strategy and complex player interactions.
Remove the plastic wrap.
The plastic wrap rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance.
Open the box.
There's a hiss as the lid slides off. Inside, you find a thick, full-color rulebook and more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components. Savor that new board game smell. A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard.
Hey Kim, wanna play?
The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
Sure we can, but not right now. Put the game away. But I'm not giving up, Kim. I'm not giving up. We are going to play this. After I get my gun. We are going to play... Suzerainty is supposed to be this world's version of Monopoly, right? Okay, where was I supposed to go? Wait, didn't I see a toad appear? Come on. This is someone's home away from home, just like yours. Near the old fish markets. So that's the boardwalk. Oh. What do I need for this? Empty? Suggestion? Not half-light. Hopefully. Let's go with empathy here. I don't want the minus suggestion. Maybe drama? Composure could be a thing. Let's keep this. +1 empathy, that's good. These are good. Loves. Yeah, this is okay. Perception. Okay, this is okay. We switch the jacket, shirt, and the pants. Buzz, hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power.
Put your hands where I can see them.
I wasn't expecting this. The aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for the megaphone.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Oh. Raise your hands.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket.
Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground!
Ma'am, we just want to talk to you.
Subject yourself to a full body cavity search.
Excuse me?
Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
All of them at once?
In her mind, the cavity search is happening, as long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
Dude, you have your gun out.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing. You have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
We can solve this peacefully, please. Lower the weapon.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Lower away, Lieutenant. Let's just talk, alright?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
What happened to make her like this? Yes, sure, but also in a less abstract way. The neurodegenerative disease I mentioned earlier.
Hey, Hefe, how are you? Welcome in. Ma'am, we are here to help. Tell us what's wrong.
The woman looks at you, but through you.
How are you, Hefe? Good
like
to see you.
Don't exist. Her eyes gleam feverishly, and the rotating police beacon lights reveal deep scratch marks on her cheeks. Recent, self-inflicted.
This is the police! Unlawful engagement! Hands on the ground! Scumbag!
So this is what the weather's like on the other end of a cop's gun.
I hear you, ma'am. Look. Starts slowly bending over. Hands going on the ground.
Fascinating.
The lieutenant's eyes stay fixed on the woman and her gun. He studies them closely, then mumbles.
His shoulders relax, and a look of realization appears in his eyes. Did he notice something?
See? This is what happens when we are not around.
Please identify yourself, ma'am.
It's a goddamn police shitbag! Cut the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Are you on drugs?
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
You're not the police, we are the police.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
Lieutenant W. Freighter Harrier Dubois, 41st Precinct. This is my partner, Lieutenant Kitsuragi from the 57th.
No! Oh no. No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth!
Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Lieutenant hesitates, addressing the woman.
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
You really are cops. Look, my badge. Take out your badge and show it. Okay, this might trigger her, make her shoot us. You really are cops. Look, white rectangles.
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Okay, let's go for it. Time to get my gun.
She's frantic, confused,
What?
teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
No, 83%. No, I'm going to reload. I'm going to try this again. I don't want to fail this. I think I deserve to succeed on 83% with saves coming. I'm going to reload, but we'll see what happens. No, I know my gun, I'm coming. Go for it. Let's see.
Suicide by cop. Split-second decision. Eat lead, scumbag.
Oh my god.
For a moment there.
Oh, it was empty.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets.
Yeah, I wanted to die, but it was empty.
Isn't real? Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks
Well, okay.
devastated.
I'll take this. I'll take this. This is better, in fact.
Grab the gun right now. This might be your only chance.
Pick up your gun. Alright, Nix. Thank you for the lurk. Task failed successfully.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Aw.
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Oh, woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
I'm very sorry this is how life turned out for you. Gently touch her shoulder.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
But why was she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness.
Nods. Neurodegenerative disease.
Could be. Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
Should we just arrest her?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her
Yeah,
current
it is sad.
state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the
Yeah.
local peacekeepers.
That's a good
to
idea.
handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah, Titus sounds like the man for the job.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
Poor woman. She mutters. It seems like a reflex, a half-remembered sentence.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. Exactly. With only the voice of Gareth Morand to accompany her on Channel 8. She must have built a new, sadly better, reality from the only material available. Radio waves and cop shows. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more.
No, I put on the wrong thing, I think. Okay.
The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them? Do.
Pick up the RCM cap.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
I think so.
The lieutenant nods.
Confiscate the narcotics.
You take the vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed as evidence, obviously.
Obviously.
She didn't consume them. She didn't look high. She confiscated them. A little like you are doing now.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
Fine, you take them then.
Thank you. I'm doing this to help you. We need to focus on the case.
I'm not using any drugs. You know, in this game, I understand why he suspects us that we might use it. But we haven't used a single, even alcohol, since the start of the game.
He's grateful you did this.
Leave her be. We are not going to shake her. So, we got the hats. Autorita. Let's see what an RCM suit looks like if we can.
Boring.
We don't have RCM boots. Officer, okay. Wow, we actually look very nice. RCM Lieutenant's cap, RCM patrol cloak. Okay, what's the shirt? Do we have an RCM shirt? Let's get the Kiras. Regular black jeans. We don't have RCM pants. So that superstar thing, the penalty, -1, we got somewhere. I think that was because of my clothing. Probably these sunglasses. Need office shades. It's not officer shades, it's office shades. Jamrock Biker Cop Sunnies. Well, obviously we need our tie. Horrific necktie. Yeah, we look like a proper cop now. Let's not look like a proper cop. Okay. So I just have to visit Hardy. Oh, our gun. Okay, die, this thing. This doesn't work. Tools. Equip this when times are the most dire. We have 2 bullets, but do those bullets actually work? With this weapon, because they are bullets to the Magray rifles, right? Well, a Magray rifle. And this one doesn't work. There's a task to locate a working firearm that shoots 446 ammo. I feel that Ruby has this. If Ruby killed the man, then she still has the weapon, probably. Or we have to open the impossible door. Wait, I can just wait. Quick travel doesn't work. It doesn't work. You don't want to get better at chess, but your nephew insists he wants to beat you. You sure as hell ain't gonna make it easy for the little guy. How good is he? Oh.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Hold up, don't you mean scene of the crime?
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Yeah, sure does look like Elder Folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Hey Kim, looks like we've had a couple of partygoers here. It's us, dude.
Looks
it's
like
us.
it.
5. Is that his age? This was some kind of theater to them, a circus production by a great clown. Looks like they had a great time laughing here.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Yeah. No, I was asking how good is he, but if he is 5, he can't be very good. Unless he's, you know, a prodigy, which could very well be the case. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza? Sure.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
There's an old catatonic lady in the old fish market on the other side of the bay. She needs help.
What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
Yep, her.
God. Poor lady.
Your 5-year-old brains are really developed enough for chess competency. I don't know.
I think she got.
I mean, I really don't know.
Could wrong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick.
But children can be surprisingly good at things.
Complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everott's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig?
She had my gun.
You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun?
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pigs lost his gun to the pigs.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions.
He waves in circles, still searching for words. What's her name? Her real name?
Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
He says, pouring himself another drink. Marianne LaPlante.
Be anything else you wanted to know?
Who was she?
Was. Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off. But still.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together.
How did she get like this?
Wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, she... Shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
Someone who wanted to set the world right before it ends. Ever think of that?
No, I didn't. Because I'm not fucking stupid, Polizonte.
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pigs level weird. But whatever gets you through the day.
Where'd she get all the her cop gear?
Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Oh, thank you, Legion. Yeah, I saw them. Thank you so much. I will check them out after the stream. No worries at all. I appreciate the lurk.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Thanks for helping out with this one, Titus.
No problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
I'm going to take off now. Alright, it's finally time to actually go after Ruby. And see where that leads us. Explore the coast for signs. Can I drop a task? Like, can I cancel it? I cannot. Okay.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
I think my hand recognizes it.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by the book, should know to only unholster their service weapon when using it is unavoidable.
Okay, but it's still good that we had this speech bubble. I am guessing the game will give us an option to unsheath it during a dialogue.
The trap is full of...
I was supposed to check the traps, right? That's what we said we would do. Let's check all of them. Trap found, yes. We just need to find the other 3 traps. And I don't remember where they were. Well, I remember 2. And the other one was somewhere here, maybe? Okay.
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The rest, poor thing.
Okay. Wait, what is this? Oh.
The dome-shaped platform.
Okay. They're going around. It's funny how I keep saying we are ready to go after Ruby and then remember something else we need to do. How many points do I have? 2 points. If I put 2 points in interfacing, I will get a 28% to open that door, I think.
Just dead and dying locusts. And the slow, poor thing.
Okay. How long is the game in terms of in-game days? Well, I heard it can last up to 10 days. but it depends on, you know, day 10 is the hard limit, I think. But you can finish it whenever you conclude the main case, or if you find an alternate ending like I just did. So there should be one more around here. Hey, yeah. Hey, QP. How are you, QP? It's great to see you. Okay, I need to find their main camp. I keep missing that one somehow. Where is it?
I didn't steal anything. I mean, let me check.
Oh, I didn't roll today. Let me roll too.
I will break him.
Nice, nice. Nice rolls. Okay, this one, I think.
A few locusts trudge along the wall. Poor thing.
Okay, we checked all of them. I have +2 interfacing, that's wrong. I can get +4, right? No, I cannot get +4.
Look at my face.
Alright, Sang, no worries
It's
at
the
all.
last thing you see before you die.
Go get rest, get your sleep. It's perfectly understandable. Thanks for being here till now. I'll see you next time, hopefully. Welcome, BG Nerd. How are you today? Welcome in.
The law will have your head, trespasser.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot.
Unopenable. Can I shoot it?
An old door, worn.
Do I have any interfacing stuff? I don't think I do. I think I have put on all of it. Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a save. Try to open this. Maybe saves come and see what happens if you open that. I'll do my best to try and open that.
An old door, worn by elements.
17.
Guards the...
That's so difficult. Well, let's see what happens if we fail. I'm going to reload anyway.
You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed shut.
Ah, the door is shut tight. How can we get in there?
We don't get in there.
What do you mean? We get into, like, everywhere. Come on, we even got in the light bending guy's container, but you are saying we can't get in here?
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard knew that's a part of our MO.
But that's who I am. Who we are. I'm not gonna accept this. The door could be a part of the investigation.
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
At least you can think about opening it, about doors in general. They are, after all, fundamental to your life.
One more
Perhaps
door.
Something useful will come from this.
What is behind it? Damn, it cannot be a disgrace. That door on the coast, you remember the one, right? The one that leads to the abandoned supply depot? Why, in the name of all that's holy, does it not open? Why? There has to be a way to get through that unopenable door. Why, gods, you're the police. All doors are supposed to open before you. What will the others at the precinct think? If you can't open the goddamn door, there must be a way. You know what? We are going to open that door. I'm going to reload, so before that, I'm trying to see
an old door.
If there's actually a way to open this. Let's waste time, 45 minutes.
The suzerainty box is heavy and slightly what? The lieutenant gives you a sour look. What is detected?
Okay, I'm going to skip, skip past it. I don't want to.
The lieutenant.
All right.
You have a few options available to you.
Okay, let's.
You place
not bad
button as
that. Don't.
Now it's for several. You've reached a critical strategic. After the colorful use. That's each. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled the actual scoring.
We are going to go through that later.
More door.
It looks a lot of fun.
There is no way to open the supply depot door.
Oh, white check's unlocked.
You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character. Some doors will forever remain closed, even if every single other door will open at one time or another. Maybe to a key, or maybe to some sort of tool meant for opening doors. But this one will never accede to such commands.
Really?
A realization crucial to personal growth. Crucial.
And it gave us -1 health light. Really?
An old.
What if we succeed on the 17% check though?
An old door worn by. An old door worn by. You rattle the handle. Yes.
I think I can succeed on that. And I do think even if I succeed, I won't be able to open it, but I want to see. Can I gain 3 experience? Okay, let's try one last time. I'm not going to spend more time trying this, but one last time.
An old door worn by. You rattle the hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we'll try later. I will get a save here. And I will fail this.
Worn by. You rattle the handle a bit.
We don't get in there. Frankly.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors.
Accept
What else is there to do? Not accepting isn't gonna bring the fire brigade in.
Wait. Didn't we get tank conceptualization before? And the toads. Let's get those. Let's get those and move away.
An old door worn by. You rattle the handle.
Games doing its absolute best, very best to ease the player into the knowledge that it's a different kind of experience.
It does
Yes,
not budge.
true.
Not only is it.
We don't get in. Frankly.
No. We've gotten.
Relaxed.
At least you can think about.
It's doing a good job too. Yeah, okay. So we can't open that door. It's unopenable. I believe even if we succeed that red check, we won't be able to open it. But Clint, if you're not receptive... No, I was exploring the options. I also wanted to see what would happen if we succeeded. And I think I will try, maybe off stream, but not now. I'm not going to try and get the check. saves coming on stream. But I'm curious what the game tells us when we actually succeed on the check. That fills you with despair. Why would it fill you with despair? People are free to experience and enjoy a game however they want. Alright.
You see a once
It's
bright
time.
mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Step closer.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Why do I feel like I know this place?
Indeed. Somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light.
Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Wow, look at those bonuses. Found the empty trap. Heard Lena's true story. Reconstructed the execution. Confronted the pigs. Established the nightclub. Discovered the anomaly. Death notification. Found the jacket. So we did a lot. We did a lot of stuff in this area. And all of them are giving me a bonus to this check. That's amazing. We have a Shearers of 2. The check is impossible. A check of 20. And we still have 97%. That's so cool. You know, we could have skipped any and all of these. But since we did it...
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
What was I even attempting to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there in the dusk hour, with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas? A prayer of sorts. To Revachol.
Turn to the lieutenant. She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can.
But we did all of
first,
it.
like we did in the village.
And if that fails, if you don't find her?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
He looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling across the chasm.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
Listen to the wind again.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where's
In
it go?
through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk. Its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What's happening?
She's down there.
Say, I think she's down there, below this building.
Okay. Why?
You've looked everywhere else.
Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps we can climb it, enter through the roof?
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
This thing? Okay. Let's see what this is.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the felled building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access.
Come closer and look in.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
What's in there?
At first, you can't make anything out in the darkness at all.
Okay, what else?
As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side.
And?
And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Could we get into the felled building through this pipe?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
Lieutenant pushes aside the reeds and looks around.
He means the pipe must be coming from somewhere in the building.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
He points to a rusted metal double door to the right of the pipe, obscured by the reeds.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one. Oh yeah,
Ooh.
Big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it.
This is not what we can do, at least not easily. Let's check the ladder.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the situation.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
180 seems about right.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
What?
Astral projection.
Shut up. What are you talking about?
Open-minded about this.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
The lieutenant stares at you, stone-faced. Come on, Kim, where's your adventure spirit?
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
It won't hurt to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt.
What? What? We have 97% chance to teleport? Teleport to the roof.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Okay, well, that's impressive, but...
Bam! You find yourself on the roof. having mastered the art of physical displacement.
Don't gloat, just stand there like a Samaritan master.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
I don't understand what you say the game is failing at, Parrot. The game, I don't think is failing at anything. But in a role-playing game, you may wish for your character to succeed at something since you are writing a story, basically. You may choose to play your character and accept anything that comes, or you may choose for your character to succeed or even fail at something particular to shape the story in a way that you want. The reason why I sometimes don't try red checks or try to fail them or try to succeed at them is because I want my character to have done just that. You know, I didn't try the authority check with Kim, where we could try and convince him to dance, because I didn't want my character to try that. I didn't want to fail at that or succeed at that. You know, they are all choices. Who's ordering Adana kebab? Nice, Marta. Exactly, there's nothing to despair. People, you know, players can experience or play a game however they want. You can put out your vision to the best of your ability, and then people will do whatever they want with it. Just like art, you know, you create something, then it takes a life of its own. People can do whatever they want with it. It's just a thing, it's there. It doesn't fail or succeed or anything. Neither do you. Or the player, honestly. They are all experiences.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Kingdom.
Sure. What do you want to boost, QP? Nox. Done.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Revenant.
Come on, folks, we didn't get many boosts today. Not many at all.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Pillars.
Thanks for the boost, QP.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Dragon Age 2.
No, you cannot
New
do that,
critical
Marta.
hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Might and Magic 7, for Blood and Honor. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Pillars of Eternity.
Thanks for the boost, Parrot. Alright.
New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted Knights of Pen and Paper. New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted Wilder Myth. New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted Black Geyser.
Thanks for the boost, GG. Enjoy your food, QP, and thank you for the lurk. Central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. People are too busy with the idea. Why would you say that? Why would you say too busy, as if it's something wrong? Some people can aim for something like that, why not? That's not the wrong thing. And it's not something most game makers aspire for either. You know, when you look at the big picture, in fact, most of the games are in the mobile gaming area, right? And they are all the same thing. They're all copies of each other. Hey Worm, how are you? Good to see you.
New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingdom Come. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Tyranny.
What? Thank you, Worm. Because they focus on these high ideals, they fail to look at basic things. I don't know how you are coming up with this. The glass is covered with grime and dust, you can barely see out. Got in the building, yes, after doing so many other things, we finally got here. Oh, there's something there. I mean, it's perfectly valid to go for, or don't go for, not go for any sort of, or amount of artistry as you want in your creation. You know, you can aim for high art, you can aim for something very basic. There is nothing wrong here, or there is never too much of any of it. Of course they can be fun, no one is saying they are not fun. Well, they can... Maybe they are maybe not fun for specific certain people. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. This overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. All file folders in the cart, documents silvery with mold. A series of thick, dusty panes of glass.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
There are computer components? These are computer
filament
components.
memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
How'd they do that, and why?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
Finished thoughts. Suggestion jackets. We have 12 jackets. I don't know where we are carrying them. Verum, I got an alternate ending. I got the moral intern ending. I got taken away by the commission. They sent the ship for me. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. And then I reloaded because I didn't want to finish the game that way. Stale fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Oh, look at that revolutionary hat. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed, ancient flyers and brochures. That's what happens to make a look of disgust modernists. No, I think it was great. Same slit window you saw from the outside.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of.
Peek out.
The lights of Martinez shine coolly in the clear night.
Would this have been a good hideout for a sniper?
It's a good place to hide, but doesn't look like anyone has stayed here in a while.
Is it feasible to hit a target in the whirling in rags from this window?
No, it's not. No matter how you crane your neck, you can't see the whole of the whirling in rags. And certainly not the relevant segment of the top floor.
So this must be the boardwalk one checked. Yeah. Your current run is full Mazovian. One day you have to force yourself to run ultra-liberal run. It's like force jogging in a Singapore. Yeah, I understand that feeling. That's how I feel when I try an evil run in any game. I just can't do it. It's physically close to impossible for me to play an evil character.
Amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Why do you want to unboost Tyranny? Didn't you just boost Tyranny? Did you change your mind? Leave. Oh, well, you can play Tyranny as a neutral character, and you can even. Okay, I'm not going to go into details, but I remember that you don't have to actually be evil in the game. There are other ways to play it. Yeah. Alright.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Who is there?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Push the doors open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels
I
slide
teleported up
over
the stairs, the ladder.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
You ready?
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not running is a great way to do that.
Okay. The gun. No. I mean, I was kinda running before. Okay, this is not where we want to go. And I explored everywhere too. Where does the game want me to go now? Maybe I, by running around, alerted Ruby and she escaped. Is teleportation just something inherent to the world, to Harry, or is it caused by the anthroponetic spot in the chart? Well, Kim says that we didn't actually teleport, we just climbed it with our eyes closed.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov.
Look,
there
Kim,
is a spiderweb
it's
in the
Comrade
lower
Mazov.
left corner of the portrait.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
A long time ago? How long?
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing.
He looks around.
I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
What's with all these secret weapon caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Maybe I should move in here, seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Could it be connected to the Mazov bus we found in the students' room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Could someone else stop through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Let's go. I have 3 points. I should spend my points. You know, there isn't a lot of reasons to keep points anymore. I just don't know where to put them in. Probably this. Perception. You have no points in perception. Visual calculus, maybe? I guess I will put them as we encounter more white checks. Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appears more worn than the other. Okay, that is Ruby. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. Yeah, I don't really want to put points in Shivers or Esprit de Corps.
You feel something.
But there are others.
Like
You're
a
right.
swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling. You can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Yeah, all skills are good skills. That's why I cannot decide. Hold on, you really don't feel anything?
No, but you are the sensitive one.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
I saw them too. Footprints with the right sole worn smooth. You don't really have a good explanation for what you were trying to say. You always try to find it hard to put your ideas in order. Yeah, it is hard. It's something to do with people primarily wanting to tell a story with their games. In your experience with Underground, in developers has any merits? It has something to, yeah, but it is, you know, it might have been your experience. It's not the statistical it's not the statistical majority of game developers that who want to create their story, tell a story with their games. Again, I'm going to give an example from art. It's the same with art. That is, you know, that is a way of creating art or making a game, and it's valid. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's not the only way. It's not even the majority of people. I saw them too, footprints with the right sole once.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
You found out Era's plan to take the harbor. Maybe we should tell Joyce about it.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think
Didn't we
about
already tell Joyce
cross-pollinating
about it?
information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
I thought we talked to Joyce. We can go back to Joyce. How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
He smiles in the dark.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us there?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Several areas of points. I have my flashlights on. And I want to take the other path first. And I kinda ran around earlier too. Before I got him. And opening the door also made a lot of sounds. There's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. The tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find the underway around. I am going to try to talk to Joyce. I know she's around at night. Then we are going to come back here. No, don't run, come on. What is this? One more door. 2 minutes left for this, by the way. Wait, I have to take this bridge, right? To the fisherman's shacks.
You're back. Good. What can I help? Oh?
Mr. Everard helped me find my gun.
Stupendous. I didn't think he'd pull through.
I need to flash my gun around. Flash my gun around. Let's just say I have it now. Thank God. Pat your gun.
Thank God. And indeed, Mr. Everard as well. In this investigation, one may have use for a firearm. You wouldn't want to get caught with your pants down.
Ma'am, this whole thing is a takeover.
A takeover?
Yes, it's not a strike. You aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The Union is taking the terminal.
If they're taking it...
Of course, there isn't a universal answer to this. Of course there is not. Like, there isn't a universal answer to many things. And that's perfectly fine.
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot, like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing.
Then we're talking about a war. Everard needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this.
He's ready for a war, they all are.
They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
First, will this affect your decision-making process?
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Yeah, exactly, Vern. Exactly. Even what we feel is the basis of everything, physics, can be something else from what we, what we thought was the correct thing. It can change.
Officer?
It's apocalypse clock. Time to commence the gloaming. I wish that was a disco option. Bring in everything you have and wipe them from the face of the earth. It's a bluff, call it. Have them open fire and see how long they last. Cut off the snake's head. Everard's pushing all this. The workers should have the harbor. It's not the RCM's job to make these decisions. I think the workers should have the harbor. But that would make Everard rich. Would it make more people happy? There are no good answers here. It's a crappy situation. If Everard dies... what happened? I don't think it's a bluff. I think a war would do the most damage, so we don't want this or this. If Everard was to be assassinated, things could calm down. Possibly. But then there is his brother. And other people who think like him. Let's say the workers should have the harbor. I'm not really happy about Everard taking over either. But it looks like this is the option where the least amount of people gets hurt, at least physically. What do we choose? Let's say the workers should have the armor.
Do you think it's within my authority to give it to them? Do you think I can control the board and the shell-shocked mercenaries they've sent? What will I do?
So what are you going to do? What will I do? She says, slowly looking around.
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
The wind blows, waves crash in the distance. She crosses her arms and asks, "You said you would one day."
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Why?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world.
Welcome back, Marto.
5 of
welcome
the crews
home.
did not return. 2 did, but had lost
You
their
got your
minds.
dinner? Enjoy your food, Marto. I am envious. I'm not going to lie. I am envious.
Each of those expeditions would have been led by an admiral. Sounds like a purge. Like she was purging her political rivals.
Sounds cruel.
There was no precedent for such an undertaking. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta do Mar, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counsellor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute. Slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor.
This ocean?
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
She smiles.
You've thought it 1,000,000 times.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the Pale. After the Pale, the world again.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lysergique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Leaving us here.
On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
The Great Squaw was the first birthday, so?
The first living autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
I seem to have it in for me. I seem to have it in for it. Or it's for me. I broke one.
In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds.
Wow.
Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent. And rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
And this was the last break we got?
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here...
She spreads her arms.
There was no one but the skua. The Liliat Seya, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain.
What happened? Look around.
Revolution. Poverty. And the mercurial rise of capitalism.
It's raining.
It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
What will you do?
I will take your advice, Lieutenant Chiefrater. I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
I thought it was not within your means.
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
She takes the end in her rain-slick hands and starts untying the knot.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
She generally avoids that term with her employers.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board.
Exactly.
Probably a partner.
That's what I thought. You are the Wild Pines, there are no employers.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
She turns to you, rope in hand. What? Of course I have superiors.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not.
What are you talking about? My superiors don't even talk to me, they make fun of me.
Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
I answer for my own actions, I don't hide behind some faceless organization.
Here I am. I am the face, and I'm here to answer. Rejoice Layton.
You are going now?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
Understood, let her go.
Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Crenell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow.
Okay.
Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves.
I have 2 pieces, is that enough?
Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move? Where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane.
Thank you.
I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
How do you keep your shit together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Easlary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little
Insane
of it
in the
yourself.
membrane, yes. Isn't everybody a little insane?
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
You're over-radiated?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She points to her heart.
She would die to return to it. The Pale. The past. Anything one can return to.
Goodbye, Rejoice Layton.
Watch out for yourselves. They will
Secret
strike
task
soon.
complete. Find solution to strike deadlock. Okay.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
I have 4 points. I have so many points. Why isn't this completing? It still says 2 minutes. It's been saying 2 minutes for a while. Union and cryptozoology business might end when you do. Okay. Cryptozoology, it's already over. Union? I guess I should talk to Everard. So we still cannot go to Ruby chat. We still cannot. We came all the way to where I believe Ruby is hiding. All the way to the entrance. The end of the cave corridor. To the room where she probably was. And we had to return. We had to go back. But for the first time today, I am seeing that the end might be close. It is the first time I'm feeling this. I know chat has been telling me that I'm getting close time and time again, but this is the first time I feel that I'm actually getting close. You missed what happened to the policewoman. Oh yeah. Well, we tried to go for the gun. We weren't good enough. She tried to shoot us, but there wasn't a bullet in the gun. And she got, you know, disappointed, dropped the gun, we took the gun, and then, you know, we found people to help her. That's all. We didn't arrest her. That's what happened. But we got her gun, that's what matters. Oh yes, by the way, I need to put this on. So I have the cuirass and the gloves. I don't have a helm. If there was a helm, I don't have it. Look, something forgotten on the coffee table. What? What? Where's Everard? What? He never leaves here?
Oh, hey, mister.
What is forgotten on the coffee table? We don't see anything. I mean, Everard flat out told us that he never leaves this container. If he has to go somewhere, they move the container. Is Everard dead? Is he killed? Oops. What's happening? What am I clicking on? So we came all this way for nothing. Yep, Paul. We are getting close to the end. Temple of Elemental Evil is winning. If you haven't voted, now's your chance. No, don't run. Don't run. So now I'm starting to become nervous about stuff. We haven't been able to locate this. If it's not with Ruby, I don't know where it is. We haven't been to the island. I guess that means this is not going to be the end of the game. At least that's for sure. We still have to go to the island. But the way Joyce said it, like they are right after me, they have been shadowing me, and they are getting close. I have 2 pieces of armor and not a working murder weapon. Concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. It feels strange. What feels strange?
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Over your ears.
No, buddy. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
She turns the dial in her hand.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
What are you using?
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
You are using one of those devices used to send signals through the pale on me.
Wow. Check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong.
She sounds impressed.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job, manning those
Fools.
stations. All alone out there in the Pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods towards her torture
And
device.
she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Why don't you arrest her, Kim?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Omettini pilves. Omettini pilves.
Ah, I thought it would go on. Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
You're looking for a deal on mattress.
Kim's favorite. This is not too bad. We could grow used to it, get used to it. Grow to like it. What's that a reference to?
Turn this.
Lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows, the pain lessens.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way, Isabel, the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it.
What?
I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
When I threatened to arrest her, Glacier broke. She told me everything. You're right, Glacier was the first to share her suspicions.
Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me it took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Does she mean that you're not a person whom other people like?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Would you say that Lily was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him, perhaps his way with women?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
You don't feel sympathy for Marx? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation, Vince from the Pain, has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Look, there's a secret way from the first floor of the whirling to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
She frowned, studying your face.
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stops him from finishing the sentence.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun.
And?
Where did you get it?
The gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Really? Trigger?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
I can't quite tell what kind of gun is it.
A knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
Do you collect guns, maybe old rifles?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
There's other evidence I want to ask you about.
Yeah, evidence.
You like Glacier a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Yeah, girl like her. What is that? Girl like her. We also heard man lover before, right? From the ex-soldier. Is peeping one of your hobbies?
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective.
There's a hole in the wall. You can see into Classier's room. I wouldn't blame you if you...
If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls?
Classier looks like a girl in one of your posters. She seems to be your type.
What the fuck, man? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're not the one who was excited about the peephole?
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
Actually, grotesque the wine from the pain, I did get pretty excited. So you haven't been watching Classier through the hole in the wall?
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
But you wanted to be more than just friends.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
She said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausia only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
Wait, Classier said you only kissed.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
But I don't want details actually. Cringe from the head-splitting torment. Then what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Clausia said you got very angry when she started seeing Lily. Threatened her.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
And despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching?
Yeah. The girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
There are other things I ask about.
Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Okay, I will be very sad if something happens to Kim here. You are running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Yes, I made them talk.
Yeah, that figures. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
She's more upset than she lets on.
You had a financial incentive to kill the Mark.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
Lieutenant is unable to articulate his question.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you are threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
I'm not going to say these. I feel like Kim is, with every question we ask, with every topic, it's getting worse for Kim. Okay, let's take a step back. Or maybe, we keep talking and she's going to even lower it even more. Did you leave any flowers for Classy on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
They weren't just flowers, they symbols of revolution push through the pain.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Okay, so you didn't leave Maybelle's.
No, I did not.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you are sure you didn't shoot the mark from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the mark if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
He struggles to finish the sentence.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Wait, did she also seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Claudia said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How can you speak so calmly now? Claudia said you seemed to have a plan prepared when you got there.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there.
Uh-oh.
It was like she was another person.
Uh-oh.
The party girl was gone.
Chat. Empathy was right, chat. We were all manipulated. Myself, the player included. Except empathy, everyone was manipulated. You too, chat. You too. It was Claudia all along.
You can see it. Her lips, though still white, don't seem to tremble as much anymore. She moves with focus and deliberation.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to
Admit, Marto, you were manipulated. You were manipulated the most among us.
Claudia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
That's bad that she'd be so calm.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Lily herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to
You
have
were manipulated from afar.
Way. Although the way things are going...
Remote manipulation.
She doesn't want to talk about this. But not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill them, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn la puta madre agent.
Excuse me?
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
What do you mean, la puta madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something
We are dying.
to himself.
We have 1 health left.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who is everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the take. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
La puta madre. I've heard of la puta madre. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I'm sorry, I know I'm supposed to know all about this, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure la puta madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry.
You can always
think
yeah,
the
I know,
biggest player in
On
Jamrock
my next playthrough,
appreciates
please wear the tie.
competition? And now I have
Yeah,
Harry
maybe
Can
I
over
will.
here
I
on my
will
lair.
definitely get a
Fucking
playthrough with the
Titus.
tie.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
No, that doesn't ring any bells.
Well, this has been a great talk, really.
Wait,
but I think I'm going to hit the
No,
road
no, 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 no. Where are you
She
going?
means it. You better make your move soon.
I guess we are going for it. Really? Are we doing it that slowly and she doesn't do anything?
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You're under arrest.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
No, 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 no. Convince her to put the gun down. We shouldn't have told her about Tommy betraying her. What are you doing?
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
Okay. Okay. I don't want her to kill herself. And we have all these points, so... Why the heck not, right? Maybe even one more? Convince her to put the gun down. How much do you ever lose on a coin toss? That was cheating. It's not cheating. This is why I hit the points. waiting over there, simmering, you know?
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What options?
You know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it.
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please, put your hands up. Just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
You don't have to do this. You are not cornered. I'm letting you go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She says, pulling the gun out of her mouth, eyes still fixed on you. Then she turns her gaze to the tunnel behind you.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
I did my best.
I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Oof, that was a good scene. That was a good scene. I think if I hadn't run at all and I didn't have the flashlight in my hands, maybe we could have sneaked up on her. But it was a good scene anyway. Dark water trails into the distance, there's no way out. Cooking utensils, she has prepared herself porridge with bananas. You're also a fan of this part.
The
GG.
plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out.
Now I'm thinking possible things that can happen. Maybe if he hadn't broken that pale frequency generator, I can think of a scenario where we could have used this on the actual big bad, whoever they are. Probably, you know, it's probably the mercenary that we have never seen, that is mentioned to be away and watching from afar. I think it was a woman that was mentioned. She is probably the sniper who killed Lely, either for personal reasons, or maybe she loved Lily and she couldn't stand seeing him with Glacia. Or maybe it's because she wanted to, you know, cause all of this to happen in the first place. Kill her own friends, to instigate all these events, and cause for the coalition to send more men here, you know, cause the war. I think that's a probable scenario. We'll see though, we'll see. It was pitched by practice stands. She's used to camping out. Look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent,
one can fail
a
the
rolled
check.
up sleeping bag, cooking utensils,
I didn't want to fail
some
that.
books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine your flashlight on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook.
A notebook, take it.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Okay. That we can do.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her, when it was still hers.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipses. She was going through a tough time.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write today, Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th first.
Great. M's peon is coming to town.
That's
no
us.
doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call?
What call?
The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
Am I sure this is a mistake? Look at me.
Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin.
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
What's the most recent entry? Conclude with journal.
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
If she didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her.
He frowns.
Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Dan, who do you think killed the Merc?
Glacier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
But no one heard the shots.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her.
Why does no one consider the possibility of a silencer? Is it not a thing? I guess there are no silencers to attach to an old antique rifle, right? Is that why, or are there no silencers in this world? I mean, you might even be able to use a pillow as a silencer. That wouldn't obviously muffle the sound entirely, but it might muffle the sound so that it doesn't reach downstairs. Silencers aren't really that silent. Yeah, I know, but you know, it's a bar. There are lots of people downstairs. There's a karaoke. If you even muffle it a little bit, then no one will hear it downstairs. They are suppressors, not silencers, whatever they are called. I don't know what I'm talking about, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say.
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Okay. We will get to it. We will, however, first I'm going to take a short break. few minutes break, enjoy the clips, and I'm, as always, going to run a 3-minute ad so that there are no pre-rolls for the next hour. Once I'm back, we are going to, you know, continue, see where we get today. Yeah. Be right back, few minutes. Makes sense. Sabotage myself. Whoops. Okay, it worked, but I'm not sure if I did a good thing or not. Alright, let it be known in all history books that we won because I was amazing and I played amazingly. I was a tactical genius, and Christoph is very strong because I built the character in an amazing way, because I'm amazing, and not because cheesing or due to the bugs at all. No, sir.
Hi.
Don't pick at it, Max. It's too hard to get back in the socket.
Jimmy, I don't know how I got here, but I'm sorry for all the things I said. Don't worry, baby. Now that you're back in my life, nothing can stop me now. I'm unbeatable.
Thanks for the glove, Jimmy.
I'm feeling full of the Christmas spirit already.
Where to, Sam?
We're off to the north.
Every once in a while, I like to lie on the ground in an infested mine full of aliens for a month and a half. You know, for detox purposes. Uh-oh. What?
Rubber tree.
I never knew this. I never knew this. This is the first time I see it. You know, I doubted my information that... Chat, if you're in a building that's coming down like this, if you hear explosions and rocks falling,
what if the power went out?
Don't take the elevator. Virgil is right. I didn't expect him to say that though. Oh, I think we are getting close. Oh no, dog meat. You are now just meat.
Why does the Bermuda Triangle have such a grudge against all those boats and planes?
Oh, the Triangle got a bad rap for that. Scientists say those accidents were caused by sudden explosive outbursts of methane gas.
Speaking of which...
Max, don't.
What, Sam? I was going to point out that many phenomena long believed to have paranormal causes have actually turned out to be far more mundane in origin. Only one phenomenon's tremendous power continues to baffle scientists and defy rational explanation.
What's that?
Alright, I'm back. I am back. So, we are going to Whirling in Rags. This day is almost over, but there is more I can do today. If not with the people in Whirling in Rags, then with the stuff in my inventory. There's a bunch of things I still plan to do. Unless someone ambushes me right now as I'm exiting this area and I die, which could happen. Also, why don't I have my gun in my hands? Did I actually forget to take out my gun as I went into the situation? I guess I did. So, are you La Puta Madre's peon? Call your station if you dare. I guess we can. So empathy was right all along. After we had that initial discussion with Glacier and then confronted the Hardy Boys to learn where Ruby might be, we exited Whirling in Rags feeling all victorious and, you know, happy that we have cracked at this part of the case. And then empathy speaks up and says, "Man, you are manipulated, all of you. Didn't Glacia conveniently leave herself out of it?" And it does specifically mention that in the theory, the sound of the gun was never accounted for, so that it couldn't come from the rooftop, but that's what we focused on.
The headless Falun rider. He could appear at any minute.
Please tell me we are not here to look for a headless man in a tracksuit riding a horse. Because there's no such thing.
Don't listen to the lieutenant. He doesn't know anything.
How would you know?
No one's actually seen the headless Fallen Rider because he doesn't exist. He's an urban legend. A legend, meaning a story that's not real.
Yeah, you're right. Would have been cool though, don't you think?
Yes, it would have been very cool. Now let's get some rest.
Should I have waited? Nah. Some things are way too crazy for me to want to try.
Stop.
In my first playthrough.
Now. It is time.
Hammer time? For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What am I supposed to do?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pocket.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Really? Stuff happening right now?
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
It is her, the unmentioned mercenary.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit.
You have been waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself.
I have 2 pistols. I have 1 working pistol and 1 not working antique rifle.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Say nothing.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement.
Peaceful?
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Who is... Who? Who is this guy? I just noticed. Is that a rifle?
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the 3rd one. How did we miss something like this?
Lieutenant points to the helmeted figure.
This 3rd one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Do I have my armor? I think I have my armor equipped at least. The big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Stop, this is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
Is the only word you can make out. It doesn't seem calm. Easy now, no one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
So Chad, when I was saying there are stuff that I want to do before the day ends, one of them was playing Suzerainty with Kim. Do you think it's still happening after this? I didn't know you could get this on day 4, presumably because you did so much at 2 AM. Yeah, I guess so. When do you usually get it, Verum? I mean, we pushed the story pretty much to this point. With what just happened. With Joyce and Ruby.
She doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation. With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand.
Okay, I need to shoot that guy.
Like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you.
Yes, because mouth is the unprotected.
No,
right?
Wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first.
Yeah, but how?
Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours?
No, we have...
I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
No. See, we have 13 total composure. We are fine.
Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Legendary. Think of an argument.
Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
You were called down well once. What happened?
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name midnight raids. Fucking extrajudicial funky time. Burn villages. Shit, it sounds bad on the radio. The same thing happened when we were called whatever the fuck it was. Probably won't be called Crenell for much longer either. Not after this shit.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something.
Hey, Rubidium.
else.
Yes,
And
it
his
is very
hand
fast.
off
It's
the
just
gun.
got
This
several levels
something.
above whatever it was before. Welcome to the channel. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Or you will enjoy the stream.
Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it.
Okay.
There's a peaceful way out.
We can shoot him. Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did that?
What if it was me? Could it be me? No. Wait, I just needed a little time to figure this out. It was someone else, someone who is not here right now, unless it is this guy or this woman.
How fucking convenient.
He gives you a drunken stare, then puts his hand on the gun.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it. Actually, they are here. Point to the enemy. It was one of you. Ooh, okay, so now Harry is thinking like I am. Game is giving me that choice. Should I take it? At the very least, it might maybe sow some seeds of doubt. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it. We can say this or this. Let's say this. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
Think. Why doesn't he believe me?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a public place.
Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
He doesn't move the weapon.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver. 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Fucking liars.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his gun.
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
The man looks at his revolver and smiles.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing himself, only for a second. Do not assume he will miss the next time.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Who is that? Point to the man. I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
What was that? The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer.
He points to the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate.
What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
Count the figures.
About 50 little stick figures. All of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end.
Good, I kill killers. Point to your chest. What? Kills black people? 50 black, 2 little whites. I'm not sure if this makes sense or not. I don't think it does. But what is black and white? What do they represent? You think you're real tough, huh? This killing is meaningless.
Huh?
He just stares at you with his watery eyes.
What are we waiting for? Let's blow that pig fucking mouth off his face.
Lance Corporal! Just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
Okay. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained.
Okay. He says government ordained, so we can use the
Enough
government.
already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Okay, got them arguing. It's working. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pines is not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge.
It didn't work.
He's not listening, but looking for an opening. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
She's going to be mad when she hears about this.
She's fucking gone! She fucking sailed off. You're alone. Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid!
Uh-oh.
The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
He looks tired. He looks around, tired, suddenly sad even.
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
Where's Glacia? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
The manager calls down from the balcony.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Guard, what the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost?
You are worried about windows? What do you mean she left?
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
Lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenaries.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
So if we fail this, it might suck. Maybe I shouldn't even try this. I think this is a good chance. But I don't know if killing the guy is going to help or hurt the situation. One way or another, I'm always taking my chances, of course, but it's not so much about the chance. Well, in the case of this one, this is about the chance. I think if I had a higher chance, I would definitely take this option. But here, I'm not sure if this is a good option at all. Had blue eyes. I wish I could put on some suggestion equipment. I can take option 3 true, but I don't think hoping is the, you know, hoping and waiting is the way to go here. I think I have to do something. Let's try. Let's try.
Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
I feel like I got to know your dead friend during our investigation. He doesn't seem stable at all.
Even better, it will further destabilize him, cost him time, and maybe even lives.
I feel like I got to know your dead friend during our investigation.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, loincloth.
He squeezes the words out from between clamped lips, his hand on the pistol.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now.
Is it worse though?
Every motion
Is it worse
carefully.
though? It destabilized them. So maybe it helped my case. You know what? I have been preparing for this. I've got the gun, I've got the bullets, I've got the armor. I've even researched this fair weather. All in anticipation of this, basically. This shootout.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Look through the smoke rising from the barrel. Look at Cortinaire.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't.
Oh. Why do we have no health? I'm supposed to have 1 health here. Weird.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Dodge the shots. But what if... No. Okay, if I dodge... Kim, where is Kim? This part of the game took you quite some time to beat, so you were save scumming, right? Trying to get the best option. Or maybe just trying to survive, who knows? Kim, where is Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers. It's not easy. He has 0.6 seconds to do so. He won't make it. You're on your own.
Blink, think. I don't have time. Do I? No. Dodge the shot.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Joy, I am alive.
The man tilts his head.
What about this woman?
To see through the clearing smoke for the next shot.
So Kim is going to shoot him. I have to shoot this one. I have 1 more bullet.
Watch out. To your left. DePaul is about to take a shot too. At Kim.
God, please.
The lieutenant says quietly, without trembling. He aims, face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
You can do it.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Kim, did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented.
Kim
the
did
sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. The helmet looks like the face of an ancient god of war, crying blood.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood
Good,
behind
I
you.
didn't care about
His
Glenn.
mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
He was one of the most annoying one, even though he has really cool hair.
Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic.
Oof.
With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
So if I was to meta, I would say I'm not going to die here if I fail. I don't think this check is made to be succeeded at. Having said that, we are going to do our damn best to try and succeed. Well, we failed.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire
Did we
lower body
die?
is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Try to open your eyes. What do I see? Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
Oh God.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
Yeah. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. Kim, I lied about not remembering who I am. I made it up. I remember everything. What? No way we remember everything. That's a lie. Did you also lie to the player? There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there.
Stay with me.
Please call her Kim. She won't listen to me.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Authority check. No, Kim!
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door,
No.
baby. One
Did we
more
die?
door.
Is this how the game ends? No, the game should continue, right? If we succeed on that check. No, let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
Yeah.
There is a radio in the distance, a radio of the world, playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again.
What do you mean, Avalandville?
Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets wild.
Yeah, we dodged the first shots. We couldn't dodge the second shots.
Life gets hard, but we go on.
Look, we are gaining experience. We are alive.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the
You're
orange
alive.
jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Day 6? We skipped a day. He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. Wow, okay, I thought the game was ending. How bad am I hurt? The room, it's clean. It is hard-coded to fail regardless of the stat check is what you meant. So, that second shots, there is no way to succeed in it. Even if we had 97%, we would still roll double ones and fail. Is that what you're saying, Emanandil? Or are you saying, even if we succeeded in it, we would still get shot somehow? And not much would change. Okay. That's good to know. So I wasted points putting in reaction speed then. That's okay though. Perfectly fine. What a scene! That was amazing. I'm really impressed right now, really. I mean, I was already impressed with this game to begin with, but that scene... Oof. The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
My gun is engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
He looks out the window.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
How did we completely fail, though? We didn't really fail, did we? What happened?
What happened? You shot the Major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Is he dead?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
I'm a killer. I already was a killer. swallow.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They
Aw,
both died before they made it to
Angus.
intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene?
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got a jump on me. I killed her. And that's what happened.
Lieutenant takes a cigarette from his coat pocket and lights it. A bitter smell fills the room. And they're all dead, all 3 of the contractors. How many casualties on the Union side total? I thought you only smoked one a day. That's true. I guess I can cut him some slack in this situation. And they're all dead, all 3 of the
The
contractors.
Pole was the last to die. Evrard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
I did. I did shave his beard.
Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
I told you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat.
I'm sad that Theo died. I liked Theo. And Angus. Angus was the only innocent among them, I would say. And that's...
all.
I don't see how it could have gone any better, really. It's a total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
Okay, it says 6 here. Kim said 7. However, 6 people are actually dead, not 7. Why does Kim say 7? It cannot be an honest mistake. There must be a voice line for 7 people dying and the game playing that file accidentally. But who could be the 7th person? The voice actor made them say, I don't think so.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned.
In an alternate scenario,
Hornets
someone
did
else
not
dies, but
get
who?
into the beehive.
Glacier?
The
Titus?
worst scenario has not materialized yet.
That fight can go much worse. Yeah, I suspect.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
He smiles.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
I'm a psycho locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Has anyone from my station been to see me? Nah. Prepare to take a morale damage.
No.
Isn't that strange?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Oh, you haven't seen any, have you? No, we have. Okay.
I'm sure they're worried about you.
No, they would be here if they were truly worried.
If they're so worried about me, where are they?
I don't know.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Okay, get up. Assuming we can get up.
Easy now.
The lieutenant turns double again before your eyes, an orange hue of pain.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
Did we actually get minuses now?
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Efrater.
Exactly. Kim is amazing. As I said before, Kim is the only character that I actually like in this game. I mean, they are all amazing characters. I love them. I love all the characters. But to actually like as a person, that's only Kim. What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know?
We can't talk to Evrard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
You're the one making choices for Harry. So if you don't like him, that's on you. Not really. We are presented with a character, and we do what we can to the best of our ability with it. Does not necessarily mean we like the character. That goes for every game. Because we didn't create the character, did we? We are given Harry. Granted, I will accept that there is a lot we can do with him. Still, you don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad.
Fair enough.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her.
Okay, okay. In the second playthrough, Kim, I will. Wait, you checked? She's really?
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Who did it thank him? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Okay. Let's choose all of them. This is because I'm La Puta Madre's peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
The fucking Maybells, Kim, the flowers.
What?
Yank it out and show the dried flower while it falls to pieces. This one, remember?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
Of course I do.
He's wrong.
No, Kim, every piece of garbage in the city is connected to the case.
Okay.
He concedes, clearly not meaning it. What about the hole in the arch wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
The goddamn footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that.
Yeah.
You can do ballistics.
An antique bullet from a Bell McGraw 446mm. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
I'm just gonna say nothing.
There's a little pause. He says nothing as well.
The miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet.
He does not know what to reply.
I wouldn't know what to
Looks
say
out
either.
of the window, then back at you. It's morning outside. You think.
Communism killed them. It's simple. We have to locate communism. Communism killed them. No, we are not going to say that. You know what I think about solving crimes? Do I want to say this? Sure.
I'm afraid we may not be able to locate communism, Detective, on account of it being dead.
Okay.
A nod. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
You know what I think about solving crimes? Solving crimes is super easy. Solving crimes is almost impossible. Solving crimes is hard. Solving crimes is hard. It's not almost impossible. We have solved many crimes. And it's not super easy. It's hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dopamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
You should check Mrs. Katarzine Alicier's room upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Okay. That was a scene, and things happened, and the worst thing is we couldn't play Suzerainty with Kim that night. I really wanted. I was waiting for 2 a.m. to read all these free books and play Suzerainty with Kim. Oh well. Can I run? I can run. Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. You see gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely.
Oh, it's different.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror, such as it is. A regular, clean-shaven police officer.
Let the mirror be for now. Okay, we are not going to go into Kim's room. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside, back in the world again. This Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. Wait, didn't we already have speakers? Why not go into Kim's room? Well, I thought he wouldn't appreciate it. Let's save and try. Okay, he is fine with it. Medicinal supplies on the cupboard. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics. The alarm is set for 6:50 a.m.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments.
Why does
of the
Kim have
lieutenant's
such a small room?
Half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer. Point to yourself.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Let's go.
I am sure
Okay. So I thought Kim would complain about us going into his room, but that's not the case.
The fan stands.
I can run, right? Let's just
the
run.
The bed's a little night.
Nothing here. Oh. Ouch, that like hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Fine, game, fine. So why aren't we learning this? What's happening with this? This is... Oh, wait. This is the one I stopped. I don't want to learn this. What am I talking about? And no one is correcting me. This is the one I stopped on the first day. I'm getting confused. I'm confusing myself. Looks like she's left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
The lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. What could this gift be? A bomb?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but not panicked. Deliberate. Focused.
So she went back for her passport, right? Before we could find it.
The medicine cabinet is empty.
And
Not
lied to us
even
again.
A toothbrush.
Did I get sprayed by bug perfume? Yes, a little bit.
Pity.
I was kind of hoping the gift would be in here. She really cleaned this out.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Close the cabinets. We got sprayed one dose, I would say. A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. Before that, though.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside.
This is ballistics.
Oh.
She's left a trajectory
To the cupboard
for us.
on the wall. Lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
Isn't it convenient, game, that you do not allow me to go there until this point? You lock me out of there so that you can make the big reveal and take all the glory, right? And leave me with a failure. Well, guess what? I already knew it came from there. I didn't.
The island in the bay.
Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that islet. A sunken seafort. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer.
The lieutenant looks out the window and onto the bay.
How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her. This is her way of saying she's sorry.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
It's also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet. True.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem unenthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
Why not? Why not? You know, if we had the ability and did all the correct decisions, we should be able to solve the mystery within the first day. In a game as open as this, I think that should be possible.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to the island. The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
You have to make a game longer than 2 hours so that people don't get automatic refund out of it. I mean, if something like that was to be made possible, solving this case and finishing the game in day 1, it should be very difficult, so that not most people get it. Besides, games like these, more than half of their playtime, intended or expected playtime, is replays, not one playthrough. Because there are just so many ways to play the game, and finishing it in day 1 and finishing it day 10 would be 2 different playthroughs, right?
There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
What else is there?
Not a lot, no.
I remember an anti-aircraft gun, or the ruins of one, on the island from the coin-operated viewer.
Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Kim, let's go to the fucking island. Go.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island.
Hey, my man! He takes a second to gather himself, then says...
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, the net picker, she's starting her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village.
Hard disagree
Let's
that
go.
you should be able to solve a complex murder case with several red herrings in one day while recovering from a hangover after a 3-day bender in which you alienated all the key witnesses. Unless it required like 10 shivers, 10 in the Empire. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It should be possible with very, very difficult checks and making all the correct choices successively. So either you know how to do it, or you have played the game 100 times before. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be accessible to most people. And Spirit Aquaria. I'm not saying it should be easy, don't get me wrong. Blink, leave. I mean, imagine our character getting up, talking to Clausia, getting the story progress all that way, and then after checking the coin-operated viewer, he says, I'm going to check B triple prime now. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to check these spots. I'm not going to check these. I'm not going to focus on the roof because someone would have heard the sound of the shots, right? So it cannot be the roof. I'm not even going to bother anyone with that. And I'm going to go check this. So I'm going to go to the island. So we go to Lillian. We tell her to take us to the island. And, you know, get to this point. You still think the majority of people, the casual player if you may, will be plenty satisfied with going through it only once. Yeah. I agree. And I'm also saying that the casual player in their first playthrough will not be able to get that day 1 finish, day 1 soul. It will be impossible. Without examining the roof, you'd not be able to know about it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Progress the story until we can... Yeah, maybe it's not day 1. Okay. Maybe it's not day 1. Maybe it's day 2. But you know what I'm trying to say. What the game is doing right now is put us in a situation where all of this has to happen before we go to B triple prime. I'm just saying maybe it doesn't need to be forced. Anyway. Let's continue. The thread is tied to the antenna. I've gotten the tribunal a full day earlier than any of your playthroughs. What was the tribunal? Oh, this thing? The firefight? A full day earlier than any of your playthroughs. Well, honestly, I've been trying to do everything I can. I'm not trying to go fast or anything. I don't know why I was able to get it early. I might have missed stuff. Because you did say to me once that the way I'm playing this, I will probably miss some stuff. Maybe some of my choices made me skip over content. That's possible. That is also true. I advanced a ton of dialogue after 2 AM. I kind of used meta strategies for that.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvements.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake
yes.
up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him.
No, I didn't dance with Kim. I danced by myself.
Bullets started flying. Anyway.
I didn't force the authority check on Kim. I would definitely fail, but I didn't want to try it. I didn't want to succeed or fail. I didn't want to put Kim in that situation.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
In a later playthrough, Rubidium. In a later playthrough, I will.
Oh,
where did everyone
you
go?
know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Okay, I have to mention when it happened. You were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
If you say it as 2 different words like that, it sounds like there's something wrong with your ass. I'm totally using this line in real life. Yeah, I guess you're a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself, stepping onto that balcony.
Alright, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
We have a point. Suzerainty. We have a day to waste, right? We are, as Vero keeps saying, a day behind. So we could still play Suzerainty with Kim. But no. Some other time.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Is that all? I almost died. Is that all?
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Wow.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you, but I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot.
The photo will be nothing but a footnote in the annals of my achievements.
Ledger Brink. Nice discovery at Cyberpunk. He looks at you with unmistakable respect.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
Shake his hand and nod in silence.
Now, how can I help you?
His grip is strong and friendly. I'm sorry about the people you lost.
Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
They were good people. I'm sorry it went like that.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right.
What does that mean?
It means you
Remember
might
death.
die tomorrow. So live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas?
I must beef with everyone. What? We will talk to Kuno again? Sure, we will talk to everyone. That's what we do, waste time talking to everybody.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
What's going to happen to Hardy Boys now?
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who'd join.
Do you know what happened to Classier?
Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Titus, after all we've been through, leveled with me. You really liked her, didn't you?
Nope. He did.
Same here, man.
He shrugs and tries to look uninterested. His clenched jaw says otherwise. If anything, it's another score for him to settle one day. It'll have to wait for now.
Any idea what I should do now?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always
Alain.
appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
It sincerely amuses him how hard these guys typecast themselves.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
Titus' response is completely unironic. So long, fellows. Be good so I don't have to come back here again.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo Loco. And normal cop, I guess.
Normal cop,
Good luck
is that
in
him?
Jamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make
If he had
one
the
hard
ceramic leg
boy
armor,
copper.
imagine. The ceramic boots, right? It is the boots. That's where we got shot. Or was there ceramic leg armor separately? Yeah. I had the shirt. And the gloves. They didn't help. I think we did pretty well in that encounter. That's why you can't dance after tribunal. Oh, really? Whoa, 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 whoa. What's this?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Step back, Lieutenant. Set the graffiti on fire with a lit cigarette. But we don't have a lit cigarette. How do we... I guess we can light one. We must do this, right? We have to. But what if it spreads to the car and the car explodes? You know what? I like the graffiti. Do it. Nah. I do want to. I do want to. Well, I might reload. No promises that I will keep the outcome.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message.
Disco Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Okay. Go to the island. I can call the station. This is tied to this. We weren't able to find this. I honestly don't know if we are going to find it or if we missed it. And don't tell me, obviously. But I choose to believe that this is also connected to the island. So these three, I think, are connected to each other. We are purposefully skipping this. I have no idea if this is doable at all. It doesn't like it's doable. No, sorry, not these three. I meant these three. So it leaves this. But yeah, Kuno first. And then the car. Check on the old man. Yeah, we are going to check. We are going to check characters.
You fool! Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Who's saying that?
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now.
I thought Kuno would have some more respect for us
Just
at
don't
this
think
point.
because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
You shithead.
Feels good for some reason.
You shithead.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
I got my eye on you, gesture repeatedly. Who knows? Do you like me, Kuno? Is that it? Do you watch me? That's creepy, honestly. Okay, we don't have to go to every character. I'm not going to go to Plaisance, the Dice Maker. We can talk to these guys. Everard is not there, so I don't think there's anyone to talk to. Maybe Mañana? Wait, the guys aren't there. Who is this guy? Is this the sandwich guy? It is the sandwich guy.
Care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where is Rene?
The prick is gone. I
What?
can barely believe it. But he's really gone.
I didn't steal it. I took it as a prototype to make better sandwiches. and proceeded to eating it. Enjoy your sandwich making, Amalando.
He is trying to retain his jolly
I
facade,
didn't steal it, okay?
but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
He happily gave it to me. It was his choice. Gone where? Do you know what happened to his mate? May Renee rest in peace. Let's not drag it out.
Yes. In peace.
You should have lost 10 points of respect from you that stream. Bye for now. So maybe we can talk to Mañana, but I don't really see anyone worth talking to that side. Oh, we need to talk to this guy. Of course.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
I've been better.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
I'm still looking around, loose threads to tie up.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
By the way, you are not angry with me anymore?
Fuck it. I'm a bad guy now. There's things more important than holding a grudge. It's okay.
What do you mean
You've
you're a
been through
bad guy
enough.
now?
We are what we are. And you're a cop.
Right, a few questions before I
Shoot.
go.
Sorry, man. Didn't mean it like that. Ask away.
I just got it. I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby.
Okay.
He seems a little apprehensive.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire?
It is wise.
The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
I let her go. She didn't do anything.
Woof. Good on her. And good on you, too, my man. That's...
He looks for words.
Merciful. Downright merciful. You cops keep exercising that muscle, and people will be more willing to cooperate, you know.
He's clearly relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
I hoped that it would open this check again. I really did, but it didn't. This is the one check that I wanted to succeed in, but couldn't repeatedly. I did my best. You know, I even learned a toad to... Which one was it? To get the cap raised, then put a point in there, then tried again and still failed with 80%. Okay. Yeah, I want to check Mañana first. I want to just try and talk to him.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
The Frit girl, she probably doesn't have any special. Well, we can try. Yeah, probably. Danger comes with the boyadero lifestyle, right?
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife. Not bullets. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart.
Right, so where's everyone?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being.
You can't help me get inside?
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
What's going to happen next?
Time will tell. I'll tell Evrart you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
He gives you a small wink. What will you be doing now?
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am.
He surveys the red flags draped from the harbor gates. Quite the sight.
Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
I'm sure you'll do good.
You know it, friend.
He's not. Gotta run. So we cannot go into the harbor. Why don't I have a cat? What, in real life? Okay, no special checks. I have mixed feelings about pet ownership. And I do not live here by myself, so it's not just my choice. And looking after a cat or any animal is a lot of responsibility. I am. I didn't realize having a cat is a defining trait of being Turkish. You'd feel bad keeping cat inside, but you feel letting the cat out. I mean, there is no way I can let a cat out in where I live. It's impossible. It is? Okay. This guy probably doesn't have anything new to say either.
Wow!
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is? Cool! That's cool!
Okay, I'll leave it to it for now. Along with liking tea, I do like tea. I'm not a huge fan, but I enjoy tea. Well, liking cheese, everyone likes cheese all over the world. It's not specific to a country. So who can we talk to? We can talk to Suna. We can talk to Egghead. But do I want to go all the way over there, especially since I cannot run? Yeah, it was a touching scene for sure. That was a nice scene. Not knowing what real cheese is, it's a very bad thing. Well, people don't eat cheese for many reasons. You know, can't fault them for their reasons. Some of them are health reasons also. Barden can't eat any cheese, for example. Due to allergies. Or rather, not allergies. What do you call it? Intolerance. I guess I will just talk to this woman to tell her to take me to the island. I don't think there's much else.
Officer, what?
You're not
Oops, I'm so sorry.
limping. You're you.
Officer, what happened? You are limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible. I got shot in the foot. Yes. The boots. We needed the boots. If only we could have gotten the boots. I feel like I got very close but got tricked by the game. I didn't really understand what my opening was. In a second playthrough, I'm definitely getting the boots though. Imagine those guys that only ever ate plastic McDonald's cheese. I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it. I'm a cop. I don't merely exist in this world. I live in between life and death. Let's say this. It was pretty badass.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Cheese is expensive, yeah. It's very expensive here as well. Everything is very expensive here now, these days.
You didn't only get shot.
But cheese especially can be very expensive. I dodged the second shot. I can also get not shot.
Well, good for you.
Ooh, that's a good one, Marto. I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Kim's presence makes it awkward. We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat.
You have internalized your
and
sandwich
no
man
joyriding
thought.
either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Nod along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that.
Oh,
with
I
Ether,
forgot to
will
call
you?
the station. What am I doing?
Don't get too many RCM men round here.
I forgot to call the station.
We're
We are
sad
going
to lose
back.
the first one.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits
I just
in the landing.
saw your last message,
Hadn't
Baron,
been
by
there
the way.
myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Be seeing you. Okay, going back to the motor carriage. Going back to Kim's Kinema. That's how you sit. You live next to the switch. I mean, what you describe not mainly, men sitting around tables in an old-fashioned cafe, smoking hookah and playing backgammon or checkers. That is a very traditional, old-timey kind of pastime. But just like in a big country, there are all sorts of people here. Yeah, exactly. Not sure about hookah. Hookah can be great, depending on the quality of the establishment and the tobacco you used. The case of the man with the hookah, I don't know what that is. Is that Sherlock Holmes? All I know about Turkey is that one great big story video where they show temples and cats. You still love smoking hookah when you were young. It's one of the case files from... Oh, right. Okay, you're right, Viram. I just remembered. All-time Balkan activity also includes being constantly at each other's throats. Yes. Let's not get there. Go there.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
That's very accurate, Marto. Okay,
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kitstrag and... Do I want to do this? Not before I do this. Elise, please connect me to the 41st again.
Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I'm happy to report that I have found my bad jewels.
10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
I have successfully located my 9mm Villiers pistol. It's on me now and I won't lose it again.
10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
Jules, I've heard that some people think of me as a La Puta Madre's peony. Do you think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
Some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not? I want you to know that I would never ever do anything like that. I'm not taking bribes, Jules, okay? I actually took bribes. Even during this game. Some talk.
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
That's all for now.
Roger that. 10-10. Over.
Let's try this.
Precinct 57, how may I assist you?
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kitsragi and...
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Crenel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope.
He glances over his shoulder.
I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now.
He flicks off the radio. Silence.
You can try calling again. Just don't mention the Tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set.
Okay. Time to go to the islands. So, chat, I need someone, or more than one person, to tell me about what they think regarding how much is left to finish the game. No, stop running. Because if you say things like an hour and a half, hell, maybe even 2 hours, I might push to finish it today. But otherwise, I will probably stop soon. Maybe in half an hour. And finish this tomorrow. We can push it to the end, but you'll go over the usual ending time. Less than 2 hours. Like 2 hours. Maybe by an hour. You need to go to bed. Do you know what I am feeling that I should stop right now and we should do the island tomorrow. Rather than playing some more today and leaving even less for tomorrow. I think this is actually not a terrible place to stop. Hard agree from you, but you're biased. Yeah, so what we are going to do today, I'm not going to end right now. I am going to actually take a look at some of the books, because I don't think we are actually pressured by the in-game time. We can waste some time reading books, maybe playing suzerainty with Kim. No, I don't want to force or push myself to finish it right now. That's not my intention. Let's look at the books and stuff. And then we are going to stop and go to the island tomorrow. Alright. So, what do we have? We have 3 books and a board game. The next scenes are very heavy. Okay. The Man from Heimdall and the Devil Woman.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Heimdall Man.
Oh, thank you for being here, Verum. Always appreciated. And take care. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow when we finish the game. Have a good night. Take a look at the back cover.
The jacket copy.
Your sound card works
Man
perfectly.
from
Hey, thank you so much for the follow,
returns in
Rubidium.
his most
Thank
exciting
you.
adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, Noble Tiribold. Before Man from Yeondal can mount a rescue, he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Yeondal be able to escape his dire situation and find his missing friend?
Time to flip through the book.
You open the book to a random page. Man from Yeondal, wielding his two Zweihanders,
Two
is carving
Zweihanders?
through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. Good God, this is some retrograde stuff. When was this shit written?
You're for the night. See you guys next time. See you next time, Emelandiel. Hopefully you can make it to tomorrow's stream and see the ending of the game. Take care until we next meet.
You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38.
Let's give this a chance.
Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Yeondala tribe. From the village of Yeondal, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear, and the winds of Gatla howl out his name.
Give me more.
Man from Yeondal rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies?
Onward.
Will he conquer himself? The steel muscles of Man from Yeondal gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home.
Holy shit, this is so me. It's not me. Really gets into the book.
A passage reads, The man from Yeondal looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked temptress. Son of Yeondal will never succumb to your seductive wiles. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Yeondal, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife. Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says, I have grand plans for you, man from Yeondal. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious cannibals. Not a muscle moves in the face of the man from Yeondal. Yet inside, there is turmoil. This goes against all he holds sacrosanct. This is beyond primitive.
I kept hoping it would get better, but the writing is terrible and repetitive. No, it's not. It's epic. Wow, hardcore.
In the final pages, man from Yeondal mounts Galavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the horizon. Queen Lydiana is dead, but an army of cannibals is storming the gates, and still there's no word of trusty Tiribold. To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Yeondal and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine bookstores everywhere. Spring 39.
Should I go back to the bookstore? Find the book? Maybe we will. Medicinal purpose of the Pale.
Medicinal purposes of the Pale.
That's what I said.
The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols.
Open the book.
Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the
Oh,
Pale.
come on, don't tell me
A large
things like that,
pharmacopoeia
Rubidium.
makes up nearly half of the book.
Don't tell me what's coming up. Like, I can't bounce back here. I didn't know that. What's pharmacopoeia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pale, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Is there anything in there about restoring lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
I just want something that will suit the relentless torment of my existence. Anything about curing an apocalyptic hangover. Sure.
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
Alright, Luke, let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Ginger root.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
How am I supposed to know, though? Mash it into a paste with some aloe vera extract.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
A spoonful of sugar.
The ginger and aloe vera make this poultice ideal for the treatment of arthritis. It won't do anything for your hangover, though. Would you like to try again?
Yeah, let's try
Very
again.
well. First, choose a base ingredient.
A sprig of fresh mint.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Boil it with a tea made from birch bark.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
A spoonful of sugar.
The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The sugar just makes it taste better. The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. You're more present and in control than you were a moment ago.
Savor the feeling a moment
A
longer.
tingle rushes down your spine, and you feel your toes uncurl. If only it could always be like this.
I want to try to concoct one of those hangover cures again.
Very well. First, choose a base ingredient.
Let's try once we haven't. Come on, Meadow Rue.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Mix it with a dram of whiskey.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Some wild ginseng root.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though, in your experience, it's only done the opposite. Would you like to try again?
No, this stuff is all a bunch of hooey anyway.
You close the book and find yourself staring at the familiar cover once more.
Put the book away. Okay, Dick Mullen book. Wait. We have it. We have it out.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober.
Hey.
It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years, though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Bonuses. What? +1 psyche though. Oh wait, +1 psyche. We got +1 to all of the psyche, empathy included. So we didn't lose suggestion. We didn't lose Inland Empire. We lost the physical instruments, and we gained all of it, including empathy. No positive effects from alcohol. Wow. Okay, let's revert this for now. This might be enough. I can talk to that guy again. That was great. I'm so happy I went for that. Let's read Dick Mullen. That's not a bonus, that's a minus. No. No. That's a bonus. Look. I'm getting +1 psyche. So I'm getting 1 to all of these. And these -1 suggestion and -1 Inland Empire, they are nullified. They are going to stay the same. But all other psyche skills are going to be improved by 1. And also their caps are going to be improved by 1. The only actual penalty we get is the physical instruments, which I don't care about. That was great.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
Examine the cover.
The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are 2 silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely. Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Are you really reading that, detective?
I really need to know who this Dick Mullen guy is.
Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
The point is,
oh, is that what Harry is? Just a stand-in for the player?
Along with Dick Mullen. A crude narrative convention, but no less effective for it.
Start reading.
The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Insulindian coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law.
Look, I can't judge. Keep reading.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops release their prime murder suspect so he can find the real killer? Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they are the experts on homicide investigations.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Okay, so Mullen didn't do it. Keep reading.
Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Deneuve.
Now it's getting interesting. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Keep reading.
Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Tell me about the corrupt police captain.
Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
I want to hear about the politician's son.
A typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though. A former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height, and while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
What was that about an art collector?
Torvald,
hey, Andlock.
the art collector,
How are you today?
is
Good
a
to see you.
strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Ospelane
I am the swarm.
Ooh, Kerrigan.
That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Deanna Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle?
Okay, let's get on with the story.
One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
Nice, get it, Mullen. I'm not sure I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn it around.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you. Always aim for the center of mass." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
Fuck.
When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Wait, I've got some questions first.
What is it, Detective?
Why does everyone close to Dick Mullen wind up dead?
It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. That's why Dick Mullen never lets anyone get too close.
Why did Dick Mullen become a detective in the first place?
There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
But why is he like that?
Dick Mullen was made to crack skulls and solve cases.
And he's
It's
all
who
out of
he
cases.
is. He could no more stop being a detective than a tiger could cease to be a predator in the night. You're no tiger though, Harry. You're a man. It's your curse to have to choose. For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses. From nowhere, you hear the screech of sneakers on a waxed floor, and you feel the burn of rope against your hands. Are these figments of some other life? You won't find the answers you're looking for here. In other words,
why bother solving crimes when the world is so evil?
Is it really so evil, Detective?
Okay, maybe not. There are parts worth saving.
Like what?
Friends and family.
Do you even have those?
I've got Kim.
Just make sure you don't lose him. You'll not find
Harry's a
another
cat.
like him.
True.
It's true in more ways than you know.
But you know, even regular, domesticated cats can be ferocious.
But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed and discarded.
I don't have any more questions. I figured it all out.
So, who did it, Detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
Love did them in.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
I know.
There's never a straight answer with you, is there? You just get hooked on random stupid notions and then repeat them every chance you get.
Guilty as charged.
Now go on. Find out who really did it.
Finish the book.
You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming
the
unglued.
book.
You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone.
No! Who killed them?
Dozens of pages
Now
scattered
we will
across
never
the
learn.
ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages.
No, but
it would
I'm
take
next to
way
the
too long.
sea. I'm next to the sea game. Stupid old horseshoe. Horse glue.
Ah, yes. The problem with mass market paperbacks. They are not made to last. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your own murder, huh, detective?
No, I will dive and save every page,
In your
dry
hand,
them.
you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
Put the book away. That was... We are going back to get another copy of Dick Mullen's book and also the follow-up to Heimdall's book. I have 2 more points again. Like, points are flying in. Oh, we also have to talk to the guy, right? Can I fast travel? Yes. Give me that sweet fast travel that I never used before. So what's
Make
my
way
chance?
for the master
Oh,
poet.
oh no! Wait. That's okay. I can put a point to enable that.
Make way for the master poet.
Okay. Alright, so empathy. Empathy 1. You're at 50 something now. Really? Okay, 60 something now. I must have some minuses. Okay, this is not great.
Make way for the master poet.
72.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
This check, it's amazing. How many times have I tried this?
I'm okay, man.
Maybe the...
Man. Yeah. Tried that check so many times, failed every time. I will definitely get it in my off-stream second playthrough. It's probably the 4th time or so that I'm trying it. I guess we can talk to Cindy about the graffiti.
The display rack is brimming with
Wow,
mountains of it. Rows and rows.
Oh no!
The display rack.
There is no follow-up to that. Ah, well, let's check the Dick Mullen book. Maybe we can find another copy.
Shelves filled to the brim. Crime fiction. These books, what's more, not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officers.
Oh god, no.
Shelves filled to the crime. These books, not a single mention. You see, a killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. Shelves.
Okay. I am sad now. I totally thought that we would find the Heimdall's follow-up, the sequel to the one we read, and another copy to Dick Mullen's book here. I was certain we would. Unfortunately, no such luck. Let's
the
try this.
suzerainty box is heavy and slightly awkward in your hands. You give it a light shake and feel the pieces shift around inside.
Examine the components.
You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you
You adopted
can
a
play.
dog? That's so cool. Where did you adopt it from? From a pet shop or shelter? From the streets? Punch out the cardboard pieces one by one.
Each cardboard token makes a satisfying tsk as you pop it out. Soon, a neat pile of cardboard coins and counters has accumulated before you.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
Check out the wooden tokens.
In addition to the worker and building tokens used by each player, there are also
Shelter
several
group. That
piles
sounds
of
great.
colorful resource tokens, each representing one of the game's 4
How old is she?
principal resources. From the Empire of Sefre, orange apricot tokens. From Ilmarat, the ancestral name of Ilmara, grey marble block tokens. From the Seminine Islands, white sacks of sugar tokens. And from Supramuindi and Sarah Maritza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves.
Oh, those are nice.
The lieutenant picks up a sugar token and admires it. Put the
You
components
hold
away.
the open game box before you.
Read the rulebook.
Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel.
Economic strategy, more like rapacious plunder and exploitation. Okay. Finally, a proper game to teach children about the importance of trade and the global economy. This history seems problematic, but it is important to teach children basic economic concepts. Let's say this.
The colorful illustrations depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculptures out of crumbling temples, and harvesting a strange magenta-leafed plant. Everyone is smiling. You begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to this so-called family game. Only one way to find out. The instructions are opaque at first and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples throughout. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points.
How do you accumulate victory points?
That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol.
So I suppose this is not so much like as Monopoly as it is more like Settlers of Catan. I guess.
As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners.
Read the advice.
Remember, there are many paths to victory in Suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly.
How is the winner determined?
The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each player's final victory point total. You skip that part for now.
Okay. So we need suggestion. I don't have +2 suggestion, right? I don't have much in terms of suggestion boosting equipment. That's a minus. I might have more minuses. Oh, maybe I need logic to play the game well. So gotta take off the glasses as well for a visual calculus. Logic? Let's go with logic. Okay, we got, I think, +5 to suggestion. No, +4. Something
Yes.
like that. Wait, what am I doing?
The suzerainty box is heavy.
Let's go.
Slightly
Convince him to
awkward
play with
in
you.
your hands. What?
Aww.
Does the lieutenant hate fun? Is he the fun police?
Who I done made you the fun police?
The lieutenant gives you a sour look. He may or may not hate fun, but either way, he does not appreciate your attitude.
Convince him to play with you again.
What is detective
Yes.
work if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent's motives.
Come on, it might help us think of more creative solutions to the case.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber is just what's in order.
See? He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
I read the rules already, I'll show you.
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you. In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sara Maritza. There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress.
That
in
is
case you need to
Andlog.
put the game away and return to it later. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands.
Alright, detective, your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns? Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Let your workers rest for a while. What does it mean? Is it rearranging workers to maximize production on future turns? Is it let your workers rest for a while? Let's let them rest for a while.
What? It's the very beginning of the game. Your workers haven't even done any work yet.
What is this? Okay, make them work a little, but not too much.
That's more like it. You produce a handful of archaeological treasures and a smattering of other resources. Meanwhile, the lieutenant spends 2 of his sugar and 1 of his apricot tokens to complete his contract card. He is rewarded with 4 coins
Oh no,
and a
chat.
round
We are
wooden
losing.
token that he places in the center of the board.
We are losing, chat.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
Kim, can I do my first turn over? I think I messed up. No, lower silently.
The lieutenant returns your baleful look with a satisfied grin. Come on, is that your game face? You're practically broadcasting your position to the lieutenant with that expression. Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling
What should we
contracts
do?
for points and resources. Those aren't your only options.
What is my other options? Sorry,
You could
tell me.
also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of that wealth in them. After all, they're the ones producing wealth for the suzerain. Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you.
Press more workers into service.
Using your powers of persuasion, you convince more workers to join your cause. After several turns, your worker tokens greatly outnumber the lieutenants. A vast army of expendable labor is at your command.
Gaze on your workers like a harsh but proud deity.
Too bad investing in your workers just isn't worth many points.
What do you mean?
Take a look at the scoring tables in the back.
The lieutenant turns to one of those appendices you skipped over
You
earlier.
see in Table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1, which is to say not at all. Whereas erecting monuments in Revachol gives you a multiplier of 5.
So you're saying I should treat my workers like disposable labor instead?
Yes, precisely.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto
All
the
right,
Saffron
Elysium.
territory.
No worries at all if you fall asleep.
Soon,
Hopefully
his
I'll see you
workers are
tomorrow with
producing a steady supply
the
of
final of
extremely
this game, end
valuable
of this game.
apricots.
And thanks for being here. And thank you for the follow again.
For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire.
Oh, no.
Eventually, you relocate the
He became
majority
the
of
apricot
your
baron.
workers to Supramawindy and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens.
If your opponent becomes the king of apricots, what do, chat? You start producing cocaine.
You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth
That's
7 victory points.
Heck yeah!
You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
Rock and roll, baby. Go for the contracts.
It takes several turns, but you slowly begin accumulating the cocaine necessary to complete the contract. When you do, it practically rains cardboard coins on your side.
Stack the coins in neat little piles to annoy the lieutenant.
Despite your conspicuous display of wealth, the lieutenant still has a formidable store of coins and resources. The end game is upon you. How will you spend the vast resources you've acquired for the glory of the suzerain? Flipping through the manual, you find the most expensive structure in the game, the Revacholian Victory Column, worth 12 victory points. If you can successfully build it, victory would be all but assured. Alternatively, you could try launching a trade war to crush the lieutenant's economy, or you could blow all that money on a public education system for your worker tokens. The choice is yours.
This is amazing. You know, investing at all in the workers, it makes you lose the game. For almighty Revachol, go for the victory column. That, or do we attack him? Go for the victory column.
Building the ultimate structure requires diligent economic planning, which you completely failed to do.
What? No!
Rather than build a glorious
No.
monument to Revachol's economic superiority, you have to settle for a handful of post offices and school for the blind.
A risky gambit, detective. Sorry it didn't pay off.
Guess I should have gone with a more consistent strategy.
That might have helped, yes. Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
We lost.
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication. After double, then triple checking your maths, you have your final score. 15 victory points. The suzerain will not be impressed.
I've got 26 points.
Ah, if he had managed that, we would be 27. He says a barely contained smile breaking out across his face.
Don't be glum, detective. There's always next time. Figuratively, I mean. There's no way we have time to...
Alright, Chad, what are we doing now? We are safe scumming until we win.
Now, let's clean up and get back to work.
No, we are not doing that.
You hold the open game box before you.
Because we have to win the game, and to win the game, we have to win the game within the game. And to win the game within the game, we have to master our safe scumming. Because that's just how it works in real life. Okay. Island. No, what? Oh, let's ask the twins. There is something else to do. Stop running. Right. Conceptualization, and then logic. Which one was I using? Logic. Let's talk to the twins, and that's probably the last thing we are going to do before stopping for today. Wait, can I fast travel? I can.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Is little Lily your sister? Point to the house.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
That's it? You are being laconic about it.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Neither do I. Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
The one who is busy kicking his stone points to the bay. Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Oh, so there was a weapon cache there.
Bullet
maybe.
shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
What then?
There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No.
The boy answers, shaking his head vehemently.
Yes.
His brother looks at him, then at you.
Let's go with yes.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and whips out his notebook. Why is he the fire guy?
Because...
The boy pauses to think.
he asks to put the fire out.
The other explains. Of course, that's so easy. That's basic logic. Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
You mentioned something about lights.
I don't know.
Star's one of them. It's hard to tell which one now.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
He points to the street light.
Yes.
The boy looks at his toes. Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times.
The other nods.
He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
The first one pauses to think, then comes to some kind of conclusion.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
They say almost in unison. How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself.
Okay.
Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. Your father did not kill himself.
I don't know.
The boy who made the claim finds himself unsure of it. He looks around.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The other watches him, brows knitted.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear that he has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Bye kids, take care. Alright, so I am hoping we find the murder weapon there. And this are connected, so we are pretty much ready. The only thing I'm thinking is, maybe I should go there in the cover of the night, so after 10 PM or so. Maybe it's not great to go there in daytime, especially if there's someone there. So maybe we sit down and spend some time if we can. I don't know, maybe we cannot do it though. We'll consider it tomorrow. We'll think about it. Let's stop the timer. We are done for today. We did good today, I think. And I feel ready to finish the game tomorrow. Let's find someone to raid. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for being here, Parrot, and thanks for modding. I always appreciate it. Where do we go? Okay, we can go... Okay, we are going to go raid Vistix, because I usually never have a chance to raid him. And he was very kind to raid us a few times in a row. And I always enjoy his stream, so we are going to go there, say hi, enjoy some Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap gameplay. Yeah, it's good fun over there. Let's go there and say hi. So, I will be back tomorrow to finish this game. Hope to see you again there. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you have enjoyed the stream and have not given me a follow yet, consider giving me a follow to come back. And even consider joining Discord. You know, the poll is going to end tomorrow for sure. We are going to finish the game. And right now, Temple of Elemental Evil is winning. So, consider voting. And, you know, all that good stuff. And yeah, tomorrow we will finish it. And then... the next stream is going to be on Tuesday, and we are going to start Resonance and continue Resonance probably on Wednesday. Until we meet again, hopefully tomorrow, take care of yourselves and be well. Goodbye for now.